Dara Samaye Ahon Go Ninjur Dorje Dan La Yusu So Mengan Sayan Dawu Song Do So Do Meyo Gadan Chembur Yusu So Dejen Dorjen Over Yusu Zom So De Beme Nyen Gole Yang Chike Ngobe Meton Dobe Orgyen Shedpa Je Changchen Bardo Nyinge Bemoro Keten Sangye Dembe Jansen Terzar Gombe Rangye Shinsan Do Kenze Nube Shenben Dendo Nye Pema Rigtsal Shala Sovande Gange Sanson Do Je Rangshin Yovi Jevi Lungsun Deme Henan Do Ji Denye Rubile Shenben Do Je Nangro Dashus Nindri Negi Seme Nyache Bo Kyalden Chetan Cheta De Banje Tenjong Lembe Kongtere Namken Shedpa Tangmara Dawa Lenden Do Doje Zeben Rova Gen Tonga Sangye Trimen Ledra Ramjam Guzum Hinge Yenden Ba Benden Dawe Nang Tongyo Je Penden Jongwe Neje Bo Denba Yure Neva Dan Denba Kutse Jansen Dengyo Je Balden Lame Kutse Denba Dan Kanya Yongla Deje Jong Tashe Mali Zozan Tejane Nyurdu Sanje Salan Gobrashu Lama Kungkam Sangwaran Sovan De Chodu Kutse Ringwara Sovan De Tinlen Tashen Je Varaso Dawa Mebra Jenje Lo Gonsan Dorsem Gara Shirisen Pema Gara Chemba Nishu Nga Sosoro Num Terden Jatsa So Kader Lama Namla Cheba Mbo Kenam Chechen Sova Tabede Taso Kando Neve Sacho So Nete Tabze Shiva Dan Cheta Rajim Beva Zedo So Oma Dambala Me Sangye Rinpoche Jobala Me Tamche Rinpoche Dembala Me Gende Rinpoche Jane Konjo Sonla Cheba Mu Semje Namje Samba Tam Loye Chetan Cheta Chejon Tamo Tembo Cheje Korolon Korondo So
Kadri Bichu, Contagion, Lama, Nala, Tujan, the Lindsay, Temptation, to the London and the Tongan, and set in the very British. Condi Chocoto, Lonchimba, the Meo, the Javla, the Shanta, the Meconjo, Singing,
who are infinite in number as the expanse of space, at the level of perfect, I will establish them by all means at the level of perfect, complete enlightenment. And in order to do that, to be able to do that, I will now listen to this profound Dharma teaching and put it into practice.
Sangye
So, in that way, please arouse the motivation of the greater vehicle, the vast motivation of bodhicitta. Today, the teaching that we will be looking at is a teaching that pertains to the Vajrayana, the Vajra vehicle of secret mantra, and from among the various teachings of the Vajrayana, a teaching that pertains to the great perfection, Dorsem. This being the case, we also need to listen with the vast outlook, the profound outlook of the five perfections. Place, perfect teacher, perfect retinue, perfect time, and perfect teaching. So this is to say that we should understand that the place that we're currently in, New York, this ordinary impure city,
tene shine dia nilu rang jung ge shine ji go du sen ta tene la song a dang an de den shu gen sen am du de ten nam ru ti ga te gen sen am du ho da khon na ba so ge tene nilu rang jung ge nang ge shine ji she ba re sa ta de nilu rang jung ge nang ge shine ji she ba yin ni tene da zo ba chim bin ge tene shine de
Shamatha, the Shamatha of the Great Perfection teaching, Rangsheng by Dudjom Lingpa, is more than 200 pages long. It's the sort of the heart or root of all. These days, Western people or modern people, they've sort of they hear about all the highest teachings and highest texts sort of from the very beginning, like the seven treasuries of Longchenpa and Yeshe Lama and so on, and then they kind of pursue those teachings. So hence I have received this request to teach Shamatha according to naval. So what I've decided to do today is to gather the crucial points of Shamatha that are taught in Nelok Rangchung, condense them, and that's what I'll be presenting you with today. That makes sort of my job easy and possible, and hopefully makes the teachings accessible to you as well. So as I said, Nelok Rangchung, it's just not possible to teach that text in this time frame, it being more than 200 pages long. It's just too much. Even if you guys made the time for us to go through that teaching, I think I myself would struggle to teach it. So that being the case, I've chosen a text. The text we have before us that's been translated as Instructions for Chögyal. This is an instruction that was given by Dudjom Lingpa. It's just 1 page long, so it's short and it's very profound. It contains all the vital points. As I've said, the root of all of Dudjom Lingpa's teachings are contained in Nelok Rangchung, that text. And this instruction that we have here is short and pithy and contains the vital points I want to share with you, and hopefully this will be accessible and easy for you to understand.
Dudjom Lingpa saying that the Sabha Namta Rojile, Dudjom Lingpa, or Kunjin Lingpa saying so the touching the bullying go suji the Inaya, and those single Kishua in Atini, so Dudjom Lingpa, Tusa Kawala Tumre, Yavum Kandijigre, Kona Tershu Kandij Baba, Still Dudjom Kishua. Can have a Kasia Comanyon, Comanyon, so those so great. The coin gets an order of coin tea and gives you to ask a bit of charity. You can do issue some songs.
Dudjom Lingpa is a master who is just kind of unequaled, just an inconceivable, unequaled master, just like, for instance, the omniscient Jigme Lingpa. These masters are kind of indescribable, really. Nevertheless, I will mention a few details about Dudjom Lingpa's liberating life, for instance, where he was born, when he was born, and so on and so forth. For those of you who, some of you might not be familiar with Dudjom Lingpa, and then it will be an introduction to his life for you, and for those who are familiar with him, it will be like a refresher.
Dudjom Lingpa de all Thomas and not the name comes at the second tone that give us Tasana, Namtana, the Indukana Yabla Samla Atenta, Yumgi Samla, Ozok, Tini getting a seller, and Chitong Kyapje Tulku, Gate Lords and Latini, Septa Tomari, Tandanaranzo, Kimbunji Mipuzo, Japan Butchesta, Yonso Tapakongi, Chokarti, Yamadunjumi, Chokari, Tantil. Larum guns, the Lama said, take it in a room by Larum Garas, I think about Dudjom Komagi, the Turker, jail at that, and Kimbo make it a chocolate chapel, they are did the Dudjom by the Tusa Tio, such a ring nature, Tangaran, the Tapa produce Rason, ring nature, that dear the name Jalwa Champa getting a punka to Jalwa Champa, the shooting and the Pando of luck. Dudjom Lingpa getting that Tumsagi, Basa Brava Kurti. Oh, you did dinner, then tomorrow, yes, it take it Tumsagi, Tumpuran, Kalas and Buchon, so and Jaltosmos.
So, if you want to know about Dudjom Lingpa's life story in more detail, in sort of proper detail, you can look at his life story, and this has been translated into English. Some of them have been. So in terms of where he was born in a place called Serta in Golok, and the name of his father is Aten. His mother was called Tsok. The famous master Khenpo Punsok, his Dharma encampment is known as Larunga, right? In that name, Larunga, La means Lama, Guru. Previously, this was Dudjom Lingpa's place. Yeah. So previously, this was Dudjom Lingpa's own Dharma encampment, where Larunga now sits. In terms of Dudjom Lingpa's birthplace, so just near there, near Larunga, there's a mountain, sort of a mountain flank that looks like, it's like Maitreya, you know, there's the Buddha Maitreya, and Dudjom Lingpa was born on the lap, so to speak, of Buddha Maitreya in a tent or encampment on Maitreya's lap.
Oh yeah, then Dudjom Lingpa, then you know, Troma negotiation, but some give me Java. Namgata Jing, Jasunki Gang, Tindiki in the Club, Tindiki in the Megate, and Puchumata. Then Matsivi Gonglo, Nisunki Gorsu in the Yeshe Kandro Matamje, or Egaza de la Sobek in the Kuramusu, or Koraparangarana, Dudjom Lingpa, Narajo in the Undinani, just Omalu, Tinana, Lurju, Kanas and Imaji, the Dudjom Lingpa. Mayum the nature of Troma or Pepper. The name two the Dudjom Lingpa Golo years ago, Golo Chuni, the Roma, Yarma Amaku, Amaku, you come the Chuna, you don't die, Chigasa to a seminar. You could be Chodpa, Kyapje Dudjom. The down to Gana Amador, and two Amaja doing the Tangaran of Buddha and the Lucity, the back. Jong to Ghana, the Amagata Khawa legacy were beginning by Juta with the Yagan Trees of Tabu, the Putin Amaje, Russia. Then more put in the June with the Congolese back as a Jong with the Count of Paragapin, Michi Pomo Kawaj in Lemne. Then you come Yala, Bama Yata, Nomalu, then in Chamchini, and the Shatters. The D to the Continent, the June when Rictor was saying. The Kandromatic, which is overgiving of the Rinjin on the Chini. Finishing of the Nawatam, Jal Sangye, the Nation soon to church of Tindigitin, Tambo, the Indonesian John. T. Jela, the new name but in a Gonglo, Jing up the choose of the Pema getting around to Tola, Dzong, Dangaran, Sertaki Chupem, Chipushoja, searching Chambos, putting around Ngaranzo Pemi, Zango Chambo, Tinzo Tamchi Chutamela, Ngaranzo, Sao, Kubajan, shoot out to the family. The Tinjaka to what down. The music with the trouble to yours, that another do the trouble. The Tango, they are Chupaya, that Chucham was sure to come, the Tango, and the Uniboya Zouters. Ah, Cartagena. Misogi, I think Kyoto would nearly Chungo left to Cortisic or Six to come money for trouble on Chutil, Chun, Agro Tingoya, the Uniboya family. Amad patient again, they congregate the Jun which is the comedy, the Jun with Senate, churches and social, all of them talk about Chodpa, Kobayan, around the Jigger, Chuguma, go to Sangye, Michelle, Signi, Mangushi, Shingi Dajam, the Nickel around the Jack, and Hanga Pusha, Shingi Dajane, Jack walks in around the Tag, the name, York, the Pusha, Lord Julasoma. Namdana, Jong, Golo Jing, and they took out to Luka Janson, today, Lama,
From when he was born, the moment during his birth, amazing signs appeared, miraculous signs. The whole sky was filled with rainbows and so on. So these kinds of amazing signs appeared when he was born. Not only that, but from a very young age, just extraordinary things would happen around him, or he displayed amazing miraculous signs. When he was about 2 or 3 years old, he was began to be visited by wisdom dahinis such as Ekadzati. For instance, one time, there's an account of how one time Dudjom Lingpa was left in the tent as his mother went off to work. He was about 2 years old. In Tibet, where Dudjom Lingpa grew up, often parents would have to leave their young children at sort of the age of 2 or 3 in the tent while they went outside to work, to look after the livestock and so on. And to keep them safe from danger, they would tie them to like the pole of the tent so that they couldn't, run after their parents and accidentally fall into a river and get hurt and so on. But of course, when Dudjom Lingpa, like any child, when he saw his mother leave him alone in the tent, he would cry and call after her, So one time he was left in the tent like this, and he was really just distraught, seemed really distraught, crying after his mother, calling after her, but she had to go and do her work, so she just didn't pay heed to him, and she left. And he kept on crying. And after some time, a white girl appeared, and she took Dudjom Lingpa, this young boy of 2, onto her lap, fed him some milk, lovingly took care of him, and so on. At that point, Dudjom Lingpa's his noble disposition was awakened, and he was transported by this Dakini to the pure realm of Ratnasamava. There he met many Buddhas, many great beings, and received teachings from them and so on. So this is, these are just some of the amazing stories of the amazing events that occurred around Dudjom Lingpa from a very young age. Similarly, when he was about 4 years old, he was seen walking on water. Near where he's born, there is a huge river in Serta. It's really wide and really turbulent. And he was seen by the local people just walking across the water as if it was just land. There's a huge boulder in the river, right in the middle of the river, just an unreachable spot. And one day the locals saw this 4-year-old Dudjom Lingpa sitting on this rock. How on earth he could get there? It's just not possible for anyone to get to that boulder. They called out to Dudjom Lingpa's father, said, "Aden, your child, he's on the boulder in the middle of the river." Then his parents started calling him back, his mother especially calling him back, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? How did you get there? Come back." And then Dudjom, hearing her, he just hopped off the boulder onto the water and just walked across it back to his mother. Again, these are just some of the amazing stories of Dudjom Lingpa's childhood. These are the signs he displayed from the very beginning of his life. Similarly, he was known to pierce iron pots, like thick iron pots with wooden arrows and so on, when he was a child.
Rigbu Kijung, Rigbu Kijung, Konare, Kundu Zambos and Kundu Zamba. Dini Kitin Rolling Jenny, Paya, Tiwati Minjani, Namja Putik, Niru Majani position with the teaching. Didn't Shinji around Namjang Dia, oh, yeah, the Ningur, which is Namjam Jam down. Oh, yeah, the Netina Jingi, the Yakanzati, down Dorji to Lutan, the third down the Jambi, and the Shia sitting in Juni. Intrinsic Nature, meet the Michigan and catch a Savay in my baby, the June which is going to see. Only get you go to some what the critical to have education on a direct Saburota. Oh, yeah, to do it in something to come to my possession with the race.
In this way, Dudjom Lingpa was soon recognized to be a holy being, a sublime being, an emanation. And this, he was recognized as such and came to be known as an undisputed emanation. Generally speaking, no matter how sort of talent, generally speaking, no matter the nature of any given child, everyone needs to be educated, right? To be given some formal education. But Dudjom Lingpa, this was not the case with Dudjom Lingpa. He received no formal education whatsoever. He wasn't, many accounts say that he wasn't even taught the alphabet, wasn't even introduced to the letters of the alphabet. Rather, all of his knowledge just sort of arose spontaneously, just burst forth from his wisdom realization. Some accounts say that the only formal education he was given was an introduction to the alphabet. Many other accounts say he wasn't even taught the alphabet. He had no human teacher, no human guru. Instead, he had direct visions of or direct communication with Dakinis, Yeshe, with Vajrapani, Manjushri, the Buddhas of the 5 families, and so on. And when visited their pure lands, their pure realms, received teachings directly from them and other enlightened beings. And this ignited his wisdom. So, yeah, he had his kind of unmatched, unequaled in this way, the fact that he had no human teachers, no human gurus. We can look at one of his main teachings, Nelok Rangchong, the self-arisen natural state. This is actually a record of Dudjom Lingpa's conversation, so to speak, with Dhammakaya Buddha Samantabhadra. So Dudjom Lingpa was just in direct communication with the Dhammakaya Buddha Samantabhadra, and that conversation, so to speak, was then written down. That's the text, Nelok Rangchong. Likewise, Dudjom Lingpa wrote a text called Nangchang, Buddhahood Without Meditation. This is the result of Dudjom Lingpa's communications with Dzong Chenpa and Editzati and Doje Drolo and so on. So no sort of human ordinary teachers. So yeah, this is about Dudjom Lingpa and his teachings. They're extraordinarily blessed and just unequaled in their blessings.
Ta ne ponglo issue zerbu ge tang la ne ngo so ne Dudjom Lingpa ta pa pyo ge tne chung yo re ta pyo ta tang so shen na mangbo ji she yo sa se ma la na kan se xiu ji pa ta xiu je yo ma shen na te de kan la kong la Dudjom Lingpa la da chu ko na ba ta nga ji yo re chu ni nam ke long zo se ta na Yeshe ta wa se de ni kan ma ran zo ge dire ta jikje chuni namki longso ta ma Yeshe tawa tini country nyingti tini dire no eta jiyo ta changi o ta ti kan ti ji tamje ti ya tini tango chenre zi ta tini shal ja ta chenre zi ko ka tini ke wan kur me tini konge tini tertam je samu ge tertam je pap ta tin na shin ji chama dorji gi ter tini chuni na nam kan chu gi tertam je pap ta atini tini chenre zi pa ta na ya tini kar ba ngaran so ta na Yeshe ta tham je te tini kongkila thuk tini sha ta ta ro ji nyambo pe mi chi da chambo ta ngaran so nam tan tini yo ta je so mambo ji la tena tu se lo ro ko ji ta chi tu se ji par pur ki ro de cha pe do tin de ka ta ti de de ji ne tini ponglo ni tar ku ke ten do tini tango tini ni ro song bong jal Russian go we get there, Turkey to put them now, Turkey to Congo Shala, Migua, some jigget, Tershit, and Aranzo in a chick, 70 time of water, to no sheriff, the Kashi, Dari, Namkan sheriff, Kashi, Turkey to Burando. Tinday unit in Tershit and Tatumba, Nishu, some just around Jared to Jumbo, but out of the town, Tinday in a Matoke, look the church around 17, some Dzong the Chicago, Tijuma. Dudjom Lingpa Tinday chicken and Kyapje Papa in Batam, massive Koran say get them to the Guru Chicken number. Any deep nation chicken Loma, Mambuji, Koran, Rangloma, Jeliki, which is some Tindig Loma saying that Chuki Tershoti and Tudun Lata Mashila Mazo Tershoti, Lama Shinsha and Jela, Tershotaki Mamushum around Dudjom Lingpa the Kusta Kong daughter, a sight of Dudjom to the church on the Tarni. Make it in a children, then around with some Tangay and around getting a council, Amni, Titinaker, take your Kukuma, Lomare, take your Kukuma to Dudjom Lingpa, Jeliki, which is not Jels again, Jeliki, which is not Chile, that is a long time and Mongo Tranquil, Technos and Nalaya. That in the Telon Nalatin, take your cook, send them to Saint George, and you to that you can answer. Oh, yeah, that you can integrate in it. They get continuity, the knee power, knee parking. You can tongue out of the church or some. The thing also, I mean, certain budget, they get much cook, make a shallow, non shallow, she should trust it. Oh, yeah, then it dig it in a city, take your cook, make Tulku take care of the Pema, Jimmishing around Rose and Pam Padre. Oh, yeah, then take it in a jail thing after the tongue around some Danaya, Dudjom Commandant, the Dajini, Shu, Konichuba, Songan, and Nyingpo, what they take care of Tulku, take it in cooking Abasawara, they in a certain which take your cooking, Lama, Loma, the end, you can take your budget of Loma, Tapson. Saku Dama Sinasin Gari, the Directors of your Mari, Jabro Nimachoma, you should go by Jamne, when I move Gamma on the Doreen, Nimachoma, you should go by Jamna, Gaton Lepoyer, on Lord on the way, you might give which of you, the latter on Pity Berg Magazine. Oh, yeah, in the Zang and Uzang and Jushi, the community, don't talk with you. Oh, yeah, they dig it down the Lama to do Lama, Mangush Martino on a trash day, the Setter Buche, Anjum Buche. The Kushu Chimel, which is the one number soon did Loma Trash in Zari. What did none in the center, which is again Amias and Apobo. Oh, yeah, they did it. Oh, yeah, the Chuki Gona Santang is a Lamata, around Hamaya, Lama, the Agusaman Buche. The name Agusaman with another bar like Pinare, we set them which is the game, but the Kujosaman which is a gore. The name dig it in a station, I think in Palare, the Didi Kamata Chuki. Marangpala, the Tanguso, the center which is stage, center which is the Dudjom which concession of Dudjom, the Jerry which is shallow, the Jerry which is the Dudjom Kumi shallow, that the Legend Martisan, the Lama sheets, some sheets, that the Arcachuris, Chundi Arcapilati, give us some sheets.
When Dudjom Lingpa was 29, he started to reveal treasure teachings. I won't go into this in any kind of detail, we don't really have the time for that. But in short, Dudjom Lingpa started to reveal his profound treasure teachings, and he revealed 4 main cycles, Dharma cycles. These are Chunin Nampi Longzu, Dana Yeshe Jawa, Kandru Nyingtik, and then Gompa Rangdro, these 4. He received these, for instance, he had a direct vision of Avalokiteshvara, who then granted him empowerment, and that then sort of triggered the revelation of these treasure teachings, and likewise with Vajrapani, one of the other cycles of teachings. So there are beautiful stories, beautiful inspiring stories about how he revealed these treasure teachings, how they came about, but I won't go into that now because of the time constraint. In short though, these treasure teachings were not compositions, they were not something that he kind of sat down, thought about, and then wrote down. Rather, they came directly from the wisdom mind, state of wisdom realization, spontaneously and naturally. Dudjom Lingpa had 8 sons. All of his 8 sons were said to be emanations of the 8 manifestations of Guru Rinpoche, the Guru Sangye. He had 13 from among all of his disciples, and he had thousands of disciples, enough disciples to just cover, to fill whole valleys. From among all of his many disciples, he had 13 eminent disciples who attained the rainbow body. These were actually prophesied previously. I could quote the prophecies from the scriptures, but I won't do that right now. Another amazing feature of Dudjom Lingpa's treasure teachings is that they really spread and took hold within his own life, within his own lifetime. Most treasure revealers reveal their teachings, but those teachings only really spread and take hold sort of after they've passed or in future generations. But with Dudjom Lingpa, they took hold and spread widely within his very lifetime. Like I said, he ended up with thousands of students. As for me, my connection with Dudjom Lingpa and his teachings and his lineage, so I mentioned that Dudjom Lingpa had 13 eminent or supreme disciples who attained the rainbow body. Well, one of these was Degya Rinpoche, the first Degya Rinpoche. He was said to be the very best of Dudjom Lingpa's students. And one of the first Degya Rinpoche's students was Seda Rinpoche, who was my grandfather. The first Degya Rinpoche then incarnated, and that second incarnation, the second Degya Rinpoche, was my father. My father was born as the son of Seda Rinpoche, who was the main disciple, eminent disciple of the first Degya Rinpoche, who was one of these 13 rainbow body disciples. So, like I said, Dudjom Lingpa had so many disciples, thousands of disciples. Back in those days, there was no cars or planes or anything, right? People had to go everywhere on foot. It would take sort of anywhere between a week or several weeks to travel between one region and another. Nevertheless, Dudjom Lingpa gathered thousands of disciples from all over Tibet, from sort of central, eastern, and all other regions. So in short, this is this sums up my own connection with Dudjom Lingpa's tradition. So my father, as I said, my grandfather and father were Seda Rinpoche and then the second Degya Rinpoche. So my father was also one of my gurus from whom I received Dudjom Lingpa's teachings. In this way, we can see that there's only 3 or 4 generations have passed since Dudjom Lingpa and the present time. So it's a very short and very potent blessed lineage.
Oh yeah. Tindu kangata tindre jile tinda ngaran to chugi kibato utana dresa baile jile. Tindu kangata ngaran roji Shamata Meditation Kyapje Tulku o ni gerni chute tine jigrishi to juku ngaran tabai. Tine te masive chige ngaran paala shimbe kunde yang tine Dudjom Lingpa chugo labordo kami chugo yonsu zoba ngaran tine tagares.
So that was about my own connection with both the teachings of Dudjom Lingpa and also the family lineage, so to speak. I received not only the transmissions of Dudjom Lingpa, but also Dudjom Rinpoche, the second incarnation, Dudjom Rinpoche, Jido Yeshe Doje, have received transmissions of all those teachings in full. In particular, from my father, I received the transmissions of all of Dudjom Lingpa's teachings, and specifically the Troma teachings.
ne ta tende chi to su mare tan san aran so shine ti la tagi segi na shin che chiwa nyirchu ke samten segi chi ga yore chiwa nyirchu ke samten se te kan asem ka nam to ke ma chu sam to te nam to ke na nam to mo she ba che nam to mo she ba te ta nam to ka kyu ti jik ten thamal ba ke te ne gom la yang te da yore Titia Shineji Resina Shinerete in a Shine Yantapaja Mari, Chiva Nirchuka something Seriori. Yana, any Yan something Kajikas and Turupji something, Tony Tunjis or Tomani Sem the Racing, Tomani Sem, Zone, Sem Gitineci Tantra, Church and Sem Gitin, so we take it going para Slone. Oya Tisun Vitella, Tilatine Congress and Turupji something as a Tony Tunjis to Goni. Oya Tate in a Tarbigilam Yantapati, or that day they will be cheated. The somebody teaching she will give you something, that's something they answer so she needed, Tamche Shine needed the Inaya. Ming the order that don't make a dump of Hebrew. She needs a dancing in there, the Jagar Lumbatan, Taiwan, the Kansan Lumbatan, America Lumbatamji. She needs a time to go to the legend, they come to cheap by another shot, depend on Oh, yeah, the Rizzi, Company, Kidumji, Nano Shudunji, Rizzi, Deva, you take a Zopachu Gumdi, Tinare, Sangye Gumdiare, Omachu Gumdian, Tiri, Pema, Nurushambu Shuresa. Since the never Jabu, Namo Shudun Sam Chevati, Gumres and Atachi, Shine, some Jerema, Shine, and Toma. Tandan around Soke, Nilu Ranjungi, Shine, Selaviti, Zoxing Mushis, Zopachu Mushis. Oh, yeah, that day, the condition dealt with Sanaka, Dudjom Lingpa Koranki, and the Nilguranjuna Kandosana. Number of what Tamji, she on to Shine, Yeniki Shepa Mochapa, De, Gombate, Gomba Nid, Tulku Lamje, Rampo, Vitaming, Nanajawa Days. But the council was not the Tonda the Garrison was number of what Tamji, she on to Shine, she is and she Ranjugi Shirva. Oh, she is the Kamaran Sukitineta, Korwata Yandi, Nikki Gitine, Korwanyandi, Niki Tushi to the Shisa. Oh, yeah, the Korwata Yandi, Niki Tushi the Shire. Oh, yeah, she Gingando. Oh, yeah, Namdo Tamchi she Nando Shine is the Namdo Tamchi, Namdo Tamches the Kantaji, Dosashan, Narjapota, Papasana Mindu. Oh, yeah, dinner, since you get an eater, good talk on the kind and drop number topic of a kind and Tamji, she long to Para, Ranchion, Rangel to Tankatella, Shine is she not to Shine is and she dances at this. Tandan around to Chitangu Gom, Namtoka, and Gomso, that doesn't did Nundu Chimpo, Kasakan shouting in the Jitu, that is Lama, Piche, and I'm medium doing the Gonzana, Kyoshi to Jasmura, Matoki, the cancer with the Tantanza mindfulness in a chick, what I did the same Marjane, Namtoka, or a Google Paranjum, Partan, Sur Limpula, in the same thing, there was again over town. Chicky Tiludo, that the Daladin, then Tia Gomres, I said, no, she love to do that. So Gom Maris, you can Gomre, the Chitan with the same Inchican and concentrate shipping around and a ship, but thank you to read it. In the end, so much you will come to the Namsa Hebershimoya. They take the same take you chigla, Dala take you the Namdo Sharki do them, we do now. Tinta take you to Gomji in the Tini, Gomdia, Zobachi become the Kishu Kakashagamara, Naramsoge, Patrubuche, Sondula, Tene, Kongi, Sondo, Shakutu, Rantola Sondoa. Oh, yeah, the name Namto Juati, Chitin Tamalba, Habo, Nashatang Keson, Nando Shakeson, Habodo, Gom Javi Negapsina, Shatan Namto Kero Hapore. Oh, yeah, the name Gom, the Maja Karomiji, and up Pemik Shatan to Zakeson, Hapore. Namto she, Moshi was some Jiggy Gom Kochu Maris. Oh, yeah, Sharo. Never the neck of the Bilala, Sukam Sumila, some native. So make comes a low chickney marda, look don't touch up or to some never chicken come this will make come get to it. Some never the answer, little talk with you, Mare. The intercontinental dance, same for a day, then I take gum dozy, and she young up by in under the Chardonnay. Oh, yeah, the day the Kanachi die in a suginary, today, like some denny, Namto the car, Shana, the gomre, some gain of Tatitangi, Cherumotipadan. Dinitina Shinjigata, Narana Sangye, my big church of the London Tikire. Thing around the young Mombanana Shipukishini, and Tinda Gomtana Siena, the Yuri, the Semine Path, and Shaki community. In I am so much comes again to what the Shaki comes again so. What into some never Hako something, some Yuako something, Gomsa in the second Maritillatine, so what she comes out in the second Maris.
So now let's start talking about Shamatha, our topic, Shamatha or calm abiding meditation. Generally, Shamatha is said to mean calm abiding, so the mind abiding, remaining still or resting. But actually that doesn't, that's not all that Shamatha is about. If we were to describe Shamatha, that's not all that Shamatha is about. I mentioned at the beginning of the session that we can talk about 3 different types of meditation, like the non-Buddhist meditation, non-Buddhist Shamatha or ordinary Shamatha, which is simply recognizing thoughts as they arise and halting them or bringing them to a stop and remaining in a sort of remaining in a state where thoughts are halted. This is a type of shamatha, but is this genuine, authentic shamatha? No. There's also a type of meditation that is focusing sort of with reference points, with concepts on a notion or idea, like an abstract idea of emptiness, and focusing with reference points on that. That's also a type of meditation. Likewise, there's the shamatha, that's a type of meditation or shamatha. There's also the shamatha of the Tathagatas. From my side, I'll say these are just loose translations of these 3 terms. So these are all shamatha, different types of shamatha. But it's important that we understand there are different types of shamatha. Otherwise, these days a lot of people in many different countries seem to think that shamatha is just one thing, that the shamatha practiced by, that just resting, just recognizing thoughts and bringing them to a halt, that is shamatha, and that there is just that one type of shamatha in the Buddhist teachings. This is really a big mistake. If we understand shamatha like that, then we are terribly mistaken. Some people think that, these days many people think just sitting in the 7-fold posture of Virochana, the so-called meditation posture, and resting the mind calmly, letting the mind abide calmly, is shamatha. Yes, this is shamatha, but just ordinary, common shamatha. We're talking about shamatha as it's taught by Dudjom Lingpa in his text, Neluk Rangjung. In that text, Dudjom Lingpa explains shamatha to mean the pacification of all thoughts in the natural ground, in the basic ground. When we say ground, we're talking about the basis for the projection or emanation of those samsara and nirvana, the basic ground of things. So for all thoughts, when we say thoughts here, we're talking about all the different afflictions of desire, aversion, ignorance, pride, jealousy, and so on, and also all other thoughts and concepts. All of these being pacified, naturally pacified in the expanse of the ground. That is shamatha in this case. So it's important to understand this, otherwise if we just think, as so many people these days do, that shamatha means simply bringing thoughts to a stop and resting in that state. Like these days there's a lot of talk about mindfulness, and people will sit and meditate focused on their breath, or they'll bring a singing bowl and focus on the sound of the singing bowl. Yes, that is a type of meditation. It is a type of mental concentration or mental focus. But if we think that so that's a type of meditation, but that is not great perfection or Dzogchen meditation. The difference between that kind of conceptual meditation and the meditation of the great perfection is as vast as the difference between the earth and the sky. So when we talk about great perfection meditation, we're not talking about just recognizing and looking at thoughts. Many great masters like Shabkar Tsok pointed out that even ordinary people are able to recognize their emotions when they arise. Like an ordinary person is able to recognize, oh, now I'm angry, now I'm attached, now I'm this, now I'm that. So just recognizing emotions themselves does not qualify as meditation. Likewise, to just the mind abiding, the mind resting or remaining still, that also does not qualify, that alone does not qualify as meditation. Look at the gods in the formless realms. They're abiding in a still or tranquil state, not just for a short duration, but for eons, for life, for really long periods of time. So that is also not the ultimate state of meditation. So just focusing on form or sound, bringing thoughts to a stop, that itself is not the meditation we're talking about here. Yes, that does qualify as a common type of meditation according to the general or lower teachings, but that's not meditation as taught in the Great Perfection.
Dudjom Lingpa Korangi tene choke la shevana ji tene Kyapje namki kurju ji Kyapje namki kurju jime tsatar girawa kunjib ki Yeshe se ta tere sondo ten du kana shi koranga ngo di Kyapje namki kurju le se Kyapje namki kurju se na khasana jupa shi de kordi thamde le Kyapje le se asen jen segin tia duga je Sangye sen sana ngara so tham je shi de shi ngo illa margi kyaba na shi thamje la Kyapje ba ta tinga to hana Kyapje na to kana korwa ke nga ti mo ma shi o di no ma shi korwa Kyapje ba Kyapje gyun se ko shi da ka ge yo ma re ridam mari ni ki chetu ki wang bitne korwa Kyapje lo tin du kana ji sa da shi se ki da na nga so ke ne kordi ni ki jung ji ki shi di ji Kyapje namki kuyu se Kyapje se de kana ta to ba thamje da trawa o ya ni ti shi kun la Kyapje ba shi Kyapje namki kuyu se namka se de kana ta namka la se ta icha me do namda se ri su ta me da ta ji ji go re de namka ki ga namka la ta de shi ki ji ga yo ma re ti ju kana chu sa ko ji de namka la pe sha su go pe na sa ye jom den de ge na ti ne duba tsana la namka 통신 선진가 랍주바 남가 지도 통신 돈데 따보게 대신 초동 방야 대신 시에서 통화 배신 기능이 분이 많이 있어서 다들 그렇게 먹고 또 내디지 근데 남가 세계인데다 뭐니 이게 통세를 맞도 남가 통직이 유지요 남가라 체요 말 남가라 이브 남가라 카도요 말 어야 때 남가라 제요 말 어빼다 티페르 디안 말아서 나랑중기 20대월 10분인 거랑 CEO서 배점들 맞도 그냥 야한테 남가 나신기 레서 뱀동레서 됐어요 말이 딘디가 시 캡들 남기 코리우를 시 코랑 getting 거 같아 탐지라 캡되어 봐 저봐 탐지던 자베랑 신레서 진이 시 캡들 남기 코리우 야 시메짜들 그러와 라베 시메짜들 스메트르스 시짜리 맞아 시메짜들 그러와 일단 간데 코르와가 나마야 나무도 가신게 맞아 멜럼다 주마다 냥딘 나네 고당 시기 신경게 나서야 나무도 저바 탐스터 자베랑신 시메짜들 그러와 오야 다데 이제 강라 콘디게 나와 시리 네 샤로만데 코르와 나나다 냥딘 나나다 나무도 강나야 네 잔드랑 시메짜들 그러와 코르 나무도 강나 저바 저바레데 다는 알아도 담지 나무도 코르 저바로 하마고 그거는 젠디다레 디냐레 디상고레 디 미상고레 딩아레 디큐레세 딩모고 지우디 강나 대체 나랑 속에다 원상모는 전화라 텐지게 말이 거다 그한테네 군도다를 말이 받아서 비게 감성으로 참도요래 어이 참 어디 가나야 시코는 디지 시메트를 그러와를 마도게 람 곰니 시메트를 söö셔요 가게 말이 시코는 뭐 코로니 나와 가르리 콘디게 나와 가나야 탐지 라시 맞죠 시메트를 그러와래 돼 어이 콘디 군집기 시 세다 저것이 비시 코로와다냐데 이를 잡대와 야 띵데 가나 가랑 사라하게 송도와 사라하게 지금 송도 디송도 사라하게 똑바로 줄나 탐제 데이데 텔레비전 비추는 예민기로 송네 또 송번째 탐제 저바시 그랑 신제 마다게 저바시 무슨 이제 짜는 저거 있죠 다당하고 통도 교rik 처리게 좋다지 Dzong chimbe ge lang sin de re de ta de de me ge de bu lu sha de ta nga zo de che to ta ba zo nga ka pe na de 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 bu de she ge do ka chen di ye mo de ka ya yin ji go se bo jing go se ge me de de bu she ge do se ne nga ka pe na ge ko ba na ni de yin na ya ta a mi ge ka me te tam cha da ba she ge de kara para nga ran zo ni lu ran jo ge shi ni shue la tu ka ma ti de she ma she no yang she ge ge bu she ge da cha da bo jing de go ko du tam ji la go ko du so tam ge cha Shena, yang tina shingwani yundin yogin ki kyewa yogin nga ranzu cheto so tang, tina shing ta de kempu tang, tina mungu yore, tina zundam ki tina sang tina ya ta ko tina jikin tamal banang wa tina keja pe, hok tina shen tina tina shegi duksana, yang al kapin nang, ta ina tolo shak so se kima tabi, tina kala, ta tina re, tina ta kunti kunti buki ishi se tina, ta ta nga ranzu na mungi, ta tamji shigi nitru ya kuchi, ha kosong manju, Dzogpa shibu sheta sal rogo shiho ma, dzogpa shibu rangam tanda kurum, tanda nga rangsu na tegi na shinjiki na la, rikpa de motor shibi, tsarili ngo dha kosong na, topor juna tamche dele shibi chuni, nye mingyur song le, tengi kaan tangwa tamche, nga rangsu ge, liu dupa na la, sal kanse, na la rang shimbi kanse, disung yuwa, tatung kemit, sabdung kemit, ya tene ridong yerme selap share tamje tene tada tongju dang denju dang goju tamje ya ngoni ge tene karapara che tamje ripi ge saldo share le yones manzo ya adde
When it comes to the perfection, the meditation of the great perfection, first of all, we need to know, come to understand or recognize the nature of the ground. Without first of all understanding that, ascertaining that, then engaging in meditation would be like shooting an arrow when you're not sure where the target is. If you want to get a bullseye to hit the target, first of all you need to ascertain where the target is, right? And then you can know where to aim your arrow. So just like that, first of all we need to come to understand what the great perfection actually is, what the great perfection means. To use the words of Dudjom Lingpa himself, loosely translated from my side, the ground is the space like, the ground is all-pervasive like space. The ground is all-pervasive like space. So here, when we use the word ground, we're talking about the ground of basic awareness or natural awareness. This is all-pervasive. It pervades and permeates everything, the whole of samsara, the whole of nirvana, all of existence and peace. All sentient beings, without exception. The basic nature of all sentient beings, without exception, is Sugata Garbha, Buddha nature. Buddha nature pervades all beings, just like sesame seed is pervaded by sesame oil. You might think, well, if that's the case, why are we here in samsara, you know? Well, that's simply because of our failure to recognize our nature, natural awareness, this all-pervasive natural awareness, the nature of the ground. When it's said that the ground is all-pervasive, that means that it's beyond constructs and extremes, that it permeates or pervades completely all of samsara and nirvana. It's said to be like the sky, because just like the sky has no limit, no end, it's beyond measurement, beyond definition. Even though scientists these days might be trying to find the sort of the limit of space, there is no limit to space, right? This is why the sky or space is often used by Buddha as an example for natural awareness, or for emptiness. For instance, we say we see the sky, but actually we don't see anything. The sky of space has no color, it has no shape, it has no texture, and so on and so forth. So in this way, sky is a fitting example to illustrate the construct-free nature of Rigtsal, of natural awareness. It's not to say that natural awareness is space, but it's just an illustration an illustration of that. The natural state is without root, without basis. So all appearances and experiences are simply displays that lack root, that lack real basis. When we say that lack root and lack basis, we're talking about all appearances. If we examine them, for instance, with the reasonings presented in the Madhyamaka teachings and so on, we come to understand that they're not truly existent. They don't truly exist. They're not truly established in the way that we perceive them to be. We can, for instance, the example of a mirage illustrates this. When certain conditions come together, like a desert and hot wind and so on, then a mirage, the appearance of water, arises. But actually there's no water there, right? So something appears even though it doesn't really exist. So whether appearances be the appearances of samsara or it be the appearances of nirvana, pure phenomena and so on, all of these appearances, they manifest, they display, but they're not truly existent. They don't really exist, they're not established. They appear just as an illusory play, an illusory display, like illusions. From the moment of their appearance, or simultaneously they appear while not existing. Simultaneously they appear while being beyond constructs, beyond extremes. We perceive things and think that we perceive them and interpret them as being truly existent and as being established. But in actual fact, they're not truly existent, they're not established. This is the case both for the appearances, that which is perceived, and also the perceiving mind. That's the case, but we don't recognize that to be the case. As described in the aspiration pair of Samatha Vajra, we fall under the sway of co-emergent and imputed ignorance, and in this way we come to wander through samsara. We experience samsara, but that's not to say that samsara is actually established from its own side, that it actually exists. But merely because of our failure to recognize that appearances are merely displays that do not, without root, without basis, they don't truly exist. Because of that, then we come to roam in samsara. The Mahasiddha Saraha said, once you've realized the nature of things, loosely speaking, Saraha said, when you realize the nature of things, then everything is the nature of the great perfection. You don't have to go out and search for it elsewhere. So once you've realized the nature of things, then that is the nature of the great perfection. It's not that you don't need to go and search for that elsewhere. These are all very high statements, high and lofty statements, and some of my Dharma friends and some of you here will probably criticize me or wonder why am I sharing these profound high statements in this kind of context and environment. But what to do? I was asked to teach Shamatha according to Nelok Rangjung, and this is that's the context. So what to do? The point is that we need to understand the nature of the ground, and if we come to understand the nature of the ground, then there's no need to search for the great perfection anywhere else. It's right here.
Oh yeah, that's the same correct with the hapo. I think around so young. Didn't very pretty the Pema only yellow had as soon as a puncher. Oh yeah, same kitchen, it's a watching bonies, like same kitchen, it's a watching bonnie. Ripaton Mola, Kudaishi, and then Nimatan station Lungi to be not so watching balls. It is same kitchen around the same euro. So watching was something that's a go, but now the same quantity, so watching bores, same kitchen, so watching bonies, and then around the same shooting, so watching Mari. Same is Sunzini and Telvi, 70. Oh yeah, and Tipa Tamita couldn't tell me, Tamdo Tamita Telvi, Korongi, she, Modi, same kitchen, same kitchen, Zopachimbonis, Ripatonsel King Molas, around the same King Modilla, Kuna Yeshiki, Yunden, Nimat and Sershin to Tunji Tubena, Zopachimbos. She tell us, she Ishisum, singing to be Shinga. You look to be Shisum. Donna Sutherland, you didn't Tamji, in Monty by Chicky Mevana, the hands of a chimbo was. Daily Shambi, they come from Kurvik and all that Tamji, she give what they'll Tulni, she take what they'll Lobortoni, now at Tamjia, comes from Kurvik now at that Tamjia. Don't dinner, she lost a girl, Maria, come she the truth on Penna around Zena. Tungarola Servutual Nashire, Mikil Pekin Jong to Canton, Carola Servuna Nashire, and she check Coros again the maturity, Corva the truth of the council, she let him to her. Didn't around so Congress on your and that the Mila Drutebinimagi, Zogi Dimingala, oh yeah, and Sheila Trua making true as she used that the position. Sheila Trua, the watching Trua Jaw Marte. So what she required Chishimba Hamma one till a lower down to the true. She let true making true as she is. The thing become true at the singing with a lower doctor, take it true as she is. This again I think Tango Rangasem Kikutilla, the theological meaning around Yeshe, you have ha, Gona, Denny Haku total, Denny Gomjamde, this is what I want to show some Tango Matoke. Tango system Korongo, the Latin Sangye, but Zopachimbo or to the Hama, they go to the company and become Bendy Shashol and that in Dudjom taken the Kawachi, Chico, Lodoma, Gomla Yaki, make it over time. Gomka, Tasha, Cherry, Guju Mountain, or Tutu Mountain, or Soju Mountain, she never the Hama or Taris. Tamati Truasi Dime Tamji, Potonsum Kutan Ishi, Yuan, Nimatan Sershi. Nimada was a Yoruba, this was your song, Nimatan Sershi to Sunji Tribuna, Kudan Ishi, Nimatan Sershi to Sunji Tribuna, Zobacha Boss. Elas, she getting Ishisum. Singing to be shing up. Ah, got the eulogy be shing, said me. Ishi can number what the should be shading, or what on Barashin, Savon, to you going to be soon. The next thing like a long age, that the Myanmar is showing me so rich, ishing at it. The name, not saying it about the ishing is Chita, and they looking for a Chita, Shita, now to Campbell, a Chini Bish, Ishi Sultan, the Ishi Tanjit and Donna, Donna Tanjik, Ishi in Jong, the Zobachi way in Sonjaka. I reprinted the Pema on the
the great master Ngari Penjin, he said the true nature, intrinsic nature of mind is the great perfection. So the intrinsic nature of mind is the great perfection. When we say the intrinsic nature of mind here, we're not referring to just ordinary conceptual mind. Rather, when we say the intrinsic nature of mind, we're talking about freedom, the intrinsic nature which is free of dualistic fixation, free of apprehender and apprehension, free of all thoughts, all concepts. That intrinsic nature, that reality is the great perfection. He continues to say, in the nature or the essence of clear and empty rigpa, natural awareness, all of the kayas and the qualities of the kayas and wisdoms are naturally present, just like the sun and its light rays. So this is to say that in this intrinsic nature, the nature of clear but empty natural awareness, all of the enlightened qualities of the kayas and the primordial wisdoms are present, just like the sun and its light rays. Where you have the sun, then light rays are like a natural, spontaneously present within or with the sun, right? When we talk about different types of wisdom, primordial wisdom, we can talk about the 2 wisdoms of the ground, the 5 wisdoms with characteristics, the 2 wisdoms that engage with objects and so on, or according to the vehicle of characteristics, we can talk about the 2 types of wisdom: the wisdom that knows the nature of things, and the wisdom that knows all things the extent of all things in their multiplicity. But in short, all the enlightened qualities of the kayas and wisdoms are present, naturally or spontaneously present, within this intrinsic nature of mind, within natural awareness, and this is the great perfection. So this is the great perfection, this is the ground, the natural ground of things. When we misinterpret this, when we misunderstand this, then the 3 realms of samsara are projected. We come to experience the 3 realms of samsara. The 3 realms of samsara are not established, they don't exist from their own side, but due to our failure to recognize the nature of the ground, we come to experience them. A bit like a sick person seeing a white conch as yellow. A conch is actually white, but because someone is ill, their perception is distorted by their illness, they'll see a white conch as yellow. There is no yellow conch, right? The conch is white. But it's just, so our experience of samsara is like that. Samsara is not established, it doesn't really exist, but we experience it just because of our distorted perception of the nature of things. The master Dudjom Lingpa said in his treatise Key to the Treasury, he said very pithily, there is no delusion in the ground. There's no delusion in the ground, but the ground has no delusion, but delusion has a ground. We could also say delusion has a basis. Because the basis of delusion is our failure to recognize things. The basis of delusion is our misinterpretation of Buddha nature, right? Our failure to recognize Buddha nature, naturally present awareness, natural awareness. So all of this being the case, we need to first of all understand the nature of the ground. If with that understanding we then engage in meditation, our meditation will be successful, it will be authentic. So we need to know what the great perfection is, we need to know what is meant by the great perfection, and to understand that the great perfection is actually the intrinsic nature of the mind, that it is present within our own minds, that it is the nature of our own minds. It's a bit like shooting an arrow at a target. First of all, we need to ascertain where the target is, get our eyes on it, and then we can aim our arrow in the right direction. So it's just the same when with the process of meditation. First of all, we need to recognize the ground, the great perfection itself, and then with that recognition, then meditate accordingly. Or with that understanding, meditate accordingly. Otherwise, without any real understanding of what the great perfection is, if we try to engage in some kind of meditation, it's not going to hit the point. It's just not going to move us in the right direction. And it's not going to be helpful. And in that way, you can have people who engage in so-called meditation for perhaps many years, but no real transformation comes about, no realization takes place. Maybe their disturbing emotions become even stronger and more involved. So first we need to come to understand the ground, the basic ground.
Tene ta yangjur che shena thare sepanju larang su ge tene rangju ge rikpa la yundeng ayo res total transaction begin not this one e ga rangju ge she ngang so yogi ge shepati ta thang usam tang yo rang su tang wa bi shen da sangye sing pagi chilo ji ge yore Lama 친구 집 거기 인데 지 꾸지 드레시 지 도지 상나 지데 군도 상나 지 치로 진짜 상문도 그런데 저거 좀 다른 걸 했잖아. 다 탐색 카드 나올 거네. 랑기 셈딜라 나라. 그다 이 시기 유된 탐제 브란치스 주되어 티비 땅고 터져 버려. 디하고 따서는 된 공절 비용 거래. 셈못 다기용 셈 간다. 다다 나라도 디치가 하마고 제대 간더니 자와니 되니 셈못 다단도 그게 시그마. 긴 당고 랑게 셈도 모델 대기 세계나 지연된 탐지대 유치하는 말하는 셈도 모두 참아다 보래. 딜라트도 저지비도 백나샤이. 오다 디춘이 나한테 백제자 친구들다 도르나 버게 네트로 돈을 제고 깃 디티네 비마르 무직 배 님부지네 마 디타시 디티 카르세 간죠 리파티스 안가라도 셈빙오 리파티 오야 똥라스탈와 나카타오 야 그네 리파 그런 모디 똥바래 쓰다래 빼나 간데지 남카도 있었다 아예 기로원 메바 도지다오 디 기로요 말에 상게네 야부도 기다 상마게네 두두도 기죠 말에 디 도지에서긴 딱 최든세 한테 빼고 싶어요 알아서 잠시 춤네 상게 마디고 상게 시코런 거 모디 밀고 상게 디케버 가게지고 디디 간 저거 친구들이 야보던데 미디아세 비기 진짜 세직 루지 춤주가 있냐 오늘 계속 약고 이거 쳤더니 지금 센서지 센서는 이제 상계들도 지금 시비는 예술도 그래서 좀 한번 제도기도 이제 이내 말하는다 딱히 티티데게 되니 그러면 뭐 도지다고 집바다는 저와한테 그러더라 menshelde 신앙 싸움이야 이나 진짜 나랑 저리 뻑거런데 산들랑 팀하고 그만이 와 이인디가 menshел다고 gondu tambi 20분 지왔다로 이신기 누른다고 프랑크를 빠진 모두 하고 떨어지 공기는 체질로 지는 제일 좋고 그래 시와다 계획이 그런 거다 시기 온바들 레탐제 좋다 리바틀 때문에 시와다 초위가 하탐지야 좋고 그래 신이 되기라 생각하는 게 빠창데 있구나 오야 띠인도 가는 군대 군중다고 테니 가로 랑시 오서와 니마다고 인다다고 오서와 리바 코론 디제 문투도 많이 뭐 코론 뭐 있어라래 맞죠 오서와 니마다고 인다다고 랑시 오서와 따디 그 리바 코론 퀄리티스나다 코론 그 연된디 똥라 테니 카르바라 똥바 남카도 똥 식스러 같은 제거다 나가대야 죄송 어야 리핑 오똥바 테니 그러바 테니 남카도 우서와 테니 그러바 나랑 소이나 이 군대도 미신도 좋아 이신 인도로도 어야 저바 탐제 좋아 men실도 테니 디나신게 어야 테니 랑시 오서와 이마도 나가셔 소이 오 디탐지디 sem기 뭐 찍라디 엔딩아 상대여서 그래 야보지 뭐시 먼저 상계 신도 잘 먹고 랑기 랑만들이요 랑기 말살이요 또 상계 되면서
the nature of mind, or we can say naturally present, Rigpa, or natural awareness, is said to have 5 qualities. This is taught in one of the tantras and was explained very lucidly by Nyingpo Rinpoche. So we need to recognize that when we say natural awareness or naturally present Rigpa, we need to understand that we're talking about the nature of our own mind. We're not talking about some other nature, some other thing. We're talking about the nature of our very own mind, right here and now. We need to think very close to home. Otherwise, if we think sort of in terms of, Dharmakaya, Samanta Vajra, and these enlightened beings and great masters, if we think, that we're describing something very distant to us, we won't get the point. So we need to the point is that we need to recognize that all of these enlightened qualities are actually present, naturally present in the nature of our own mind, our own natural awareness. So in this tantra, it's explained that the intrinsic nature of mind has 5 qualities. First of all, it said the nature of mind or natural awareness is empty, like space. So empty, meaning it has no true establishment, just like space, like sky. Secondly, the nature of mind is unchanging, like a vajra, meaning it doesn't fluctuate, it doesn't change, it's not better now and worse later or so on. A vajra is said to have 7 qualities, like being invincible, indestructible, and so on. When it's said here that the nature of mind is unchanging, like a vajra, it means that the nature of mind does not fluctuate. It's the same, identical, in all beings. So the nature of mind of a terrible sinner and the nature of mind of the Buddha, there's no difference between those two. Thirdly, the nature of mind is free of all obscurations, just like a pure crystal. A pure crystal is totally stainless, transparent, and totally free of flaws, right? So nature of mind is without stains, just like a pure crystal. Fourthly, the nature of mind fulfills all wishes, like a wish-granting jewel. So this is to say, if we train in the nature of mind, it can deliver us to enlightenment within this very life. All of the peaceful and wrathful deities are present in the mind's nature. All enlightened activities are spontaneously accomplished within the nature of mind. Fifth, the nature of mind is naturally luminous, just like the sun. So all of these qualities, these 5 qualities, are complete within the nature of our own mind, the intrinsic nature of our own mind. That's to say that if we recognize the nature of our own mind, we don't need to search for Buddhahood elsewhere. Rather, we'll find Buddhahood, the state of enlightenment, just right within ourselves.
Yeah, that around Tamjela, Rico Korongi, Jason Amdu, or Rico Korongi, Rashin, the Simjin Tamjela, around Jibu Mayim, Sudan Sui, and Simjin Tamjela, Ranjungi shit in the Zodi Dukala, Atamuti Bahako. Tatila, Hawker, the Lela, which is around the Kalika Uyasari, and around the Jutsunala, Ne Cancer. This one, you are a Henlishim Council, Henjiki, Tabshinkine Tomate, Lamitaki, just Tata, the Lord of Mita. The Dukala, Ranjungi, the Yan and the Rang, Solom Yapuja Sapi, walk the top of your Yan and Lama Miki Yapuchi, Rangi, Tapa Yapuchona. Tini Tigi Gonitine, reporting more trouble matter. Karuchi reporting more tricky, Kalikamushi, more Tugi Mare. The truth sign that the Kunduzan was the Yapanga and the Sangye side, the Kunduzan was Sanking, Arab Sama, you can send there, or Titi in the look at your mother, we can sing it in Chabio. Then do Tangaranso get any Kangores Pancho, and look at the Dita or Tobarachevada, only get Tapayapo, Yakine, only Tamsayapo, Tapatan Tamsayapo, Chitin, only Garangi Tapatan Temple Lamaya, onset and temperature in Javaina. Ordinary water is like a Shivicha or Mare, reporting Jong water to down to the younger side. But you more Chavarangi and Monigi, Lea, which is Sonomia, which is Salamato, Lama, put to the Ankaleka warrior. Oh, yeah, Tina Chigi Tepaya will the Ankaleka warrior. Lama Milara, what I was in Lama Tinikorana, Marpalos and I should take it in Ankaleka Mushivari. Tina Shingi Loma Lonsharam Jamdo, Lama Tene Kumara Zato, Tekuya, Tene Kalekumaran Kalika, the Indican Tangazo get indicated Umana Shinji, the Tap de Ushi, Jenny Sangye, Kupon Top Logere, Samna, and Tutu Rangoran, taken to Chagio. The Indican the country go there, and so watching book church over Chevala, country go to Sona, the Dudjom Day, you go on to Naranso Chusong Shatuta, so watching Bushi in the top of Chevala, Tango Kari, thinking the Karikari Samado. So watching book searching the Sangye Kupon to top Gurna, then Chagin and take a to start on the county pageant of Montu down, and the Nama, and this one. Chugella Damba was that I would.
So this is what we need to understand at the outset, to begin with, that within the nature of our mind, within our natural awareness, all of these qualities, enlightened qualities, are complete. This is the case for ourselves, the case for all beings without exception, without distinction. This is, an important point that we need to understand at the outset. That said, it's something that's probably quite difficult for us to understand immediately. Either we need a great deal of merit, to have accumulated a great deal of merit, or we need to have met an authentic guru and to have really fervent devotion for that guru. In either of those two ways, then we can, it's possible to come to recognize the true nature of our mind, the intrinsic nature of our mind. But without either a great deal of merit or devotion to a guru, then it's quite difficult to recognize the nature of our mind. If that weren't the case, if those kind of conditions weren't necessary for recognition, then we'd all already be enlightened, right? So to realize the natural state, the genuine natural state, we need steady faith, and we need to observe our samayas, sacred commitments. We also need to meet with a qualified guru. If we fulfill these conditions, then it's not too difficult to come to realize the nature of mind. That said, without a great deal of good karma, it's difficult to meet a qualified, a really genuinely qualified guru. For instance, like Jetson Miller meeting Miraculous Signs, his guru, or Longchenpa meeting his guru Kumaraza, and so on. If we tell ourselves that it is very easy, then we might end up actually just deceiving ourselves. So if we do want to realize the great perfection, if we want to attain awakening in this life, then how to go about it? Well, how to go about it, that is what Dudjom Lingpa explains in this pithy instruction. So what conditions? So if everyone can now look at the text, the text that's been distributed. This text entitled Instructions for Chogyal, instructions that Dudjom Lingpa gave his disciple. Probably he was a very excellent, one of the better disciples. His name was Chogyal. So here Dudjom Lingpa sets out the conditions, the kind of attributes that are necessary if we want to practice the great perfection.
탐제네 탐제도 년징 떨어져와 매번나 군도 상고 오슬라버 대인데 그나라 군도 상고 초기도 지 경무서라 된 걸로 보지 공라 드네 간세 이제 자동 둔중 링바다 된 구를 보지게 두지게 되네 경식에서 다 공라 디나신게 간세스나 다 담마서클라 니바다 어야 드네 담마서클라 뽑아지 kengi 정식에서 나와시바래 Then tam Tijan Mopati Kiri Kanchigorasana, Molam Lendriki Wochus, Molam Yeti, Chugil Second, the Junior Pokon, the Shallow Misari, then it's going to get Leda Molam, Johnson into Molam Linda, Kyoku, Nyapur Church to Na, Dambari, Kansana, Choking one, Techi, Sangye, Kobon, Pojitune, Zapachimbu, Chukishini, Yanda, particular Kipur, oh, Yatine, Setati, Damgato Dani. Molam Linda, Molam Linda, Kyoku, Nyapur Church to Na, Damgato Dani. This one yours.
So the text begins with 2 lines of homage. Dudjom Lingpa says, embodiment of all Buddhas, past, present, and future. So the embodiment or kind of condensation of all of the enlightened ones of the 3 times past, present, and future is glorious Samanta Vajra, late-born Vajra. We can understand Samanta Vajra here to be referring to Samanta Vajra separately, but also that Guru Rinpoche, the late-born Vajra, is Samanta Vajra. Dudjom Lingpa says, care for me. So care for me, look upon me, nurture me with your compassion. Give me the power and the confidence to compose this instruction. He then continues addressing his disciple. If you, my disciple Chugya, you are a person with past aspirations, so made positive aspirations in past lives, and you're someone with karmic connections. We have a karmic connection. If you really want to accomplish, you really definitively want to accomplish some Dharma, you really want to accomplish, say, genuine Shamatha, then...
Oh yeah. Tini ta nyebar choshik dhukdo na tachur iki chula sum dhundan deba shigla rem se mita shiwa maji pra lota ngwe naka tung musung tanti pemi gitari tani muni chu yabuji dhukgo samna ngazu chu di jik le labuji rasong chu di jik le labuji re jik samna ngazu chu di yabuji dhukgo ma pena chala dhubuji yo na ya chala di jik tila tongnang chebuji ma chala la dhukgo dhukgo to dhukgo dhukgo nangmi chagi dhukgo Ngaranzu Jumaji Nangashe, Seringu Sancha, and Buchi Rito, and the Niji Gamna, Lugo Jayap, the Nico Chilo, Kambai, and Boya, Zaza Join, and Jinguni, Zembuto, Yapuchi Shop, and the Chiguro. What teaching and Shinchigi, Ngaranzuki, Chudian, Pemi in Tangian, Chudi Yabrakawata, Chudi Tubuka way, but Hapona, Chudi, to Loshi Matovi, Chudi Kagela, Killing Dingdo with the Zidan, which you may have Chudi and Durumare. Dingala, Chu to Brashevala, Tungian Karisam was and Milirubuja Topo Yore. Milirubuji, the Kandajas Bancher, Chidange de Sundo, Aranzo, Quintamons and Amjonge, Milu Zambawa, Milu Caprawa, Milu Vincense, Milu Zambawa, Milu top them, Church and Bichi again, Taking Aranzota, the New York Jasanala Tatakan, so again, when Jackson had no you that Milu Zamba, Milu top the Matoche, Milu Sachi Mare, Milu Zamba was at Milu Kitchen, Lashi something in Michigito, which is the Milu Capra was at the Chaka Church to Chaka Jikinchi taken to Angaranza time the Chaka the Chachu, new church, or Tachi Jazet, Jazet, which you did. The answer I mentioned, but the Jumaji Church, Jumaji. Ngaranzo jitin che tegen tara tene milu chapra baas ati tinde tine to tharwa to pugre wa to yo to tarbi ngom to yo tela milu chapra baas milu rinchen chut ta ta mo ton jitin ki chawa sa ne me ba ngone jitin ki chawa te me ten chimi tharwa na shin kai ki chima na yi tu yu sha na yi yu ne na chut ta ta che tegen ne kun je mo sha na jom to jizu mila do ta o da chut ta ta ma to ge jitin ki chawa ji ge me gen tela milu rinchen se Mama Jizin Milagate, Kirabas, $1 million constant, Mikota in a conjugate level. We didn't put us again to Pemica Compore Kama the Reserve. Kuna she gets some chance, Kira, Mr. Title, Tribu the game immediately. Jimmy, Mr. Omar, jumped in the million which goes to the Kyoto in miniature, the Bokayan Sata game million which going to me as one. This second I think around the shirt to Perchevala, million which go or be within Mazan shirt to Tukumare. The Tajur Yankitsula Sum, Nani Talwaja, the Jirochu that they may believe which is total. When the Kalwasambore, detour in church Mandum Nani, then I see someone in a captor again that was told, Yanzucha was not a captor with you shall call him Haku. Then I said, Tamani, Talwaja, the Jirochu, million retorting, Kalwasam, something. But make Shara like an Jing in Ruya Banashi, Gauchi.
So if you really want to accomplish some Dharma, then think about how difficult it is to obtain the freedoms and advantages. So if we think that access to the Dharma comes really easily, if we think that access to the Dharma comes really easily, then we won't value it. We don't value it. It's a bit like the way we treat objects. If you get something given to you for free, then you don't regard it as very precious or valuable, right? The most likely you'll just leave it here and there and maybe even lose it. On the other hand, think how we treat things like gold and silver. We lock them up in a safe, we make sure they're securely kept, and we treat them really, we look after them really carefully because of the value, right? So the same goes with Dharma. It's so incredibly difficult to actually encounter the Dharma, to attain the Dharma. We need to understand this. If we understand how difficult it is, how rare it is to encounter the Dharma, then we will value it accordingly. We'll take care of it, pay attention to it, so to speak. Otherwise, if we don't recognize how rare and difficult it is, we won't value the Dharma, and we'll just be very careless with it. In order to receive the Dharma, then we need a precious human body. If we want to, in order to be a receptacle for the Dharma, we need a precious human body. Longchenpa explained that there are 3 types of human body. First of all, just a common human body. This is just like the human bodies of all the people roaming around here in Queens and Jackson Heights and so on. Yes, they have 2 arms and 2 legs, they have a human body, but there's really nothing special about their life at all, about their human body at all. Secondly, Longchenpa talked about, he identified special people with a special human body. These are people who do devote some of their life, some of their time to the Dharma. Maybe half of their time is spent on Dharma and half on mundane activities. Or maybe it's more like these days, it's more like most of us might spend 5 or 10% of our time and energy on Dharma and the rest involved in mundane things. But this kind of person, someone with a special human body, they at least have some hope of gaining liberation, some hope of being reborn in a pure land. And thirdly, Longchenpa identified those with a precious human body. These are people who devote themselves entirely, 100% to the Dharma. They don't engage in mundane activities or mundane concerns at all. These are people like the great yogi Milarepa, like Longchenpa. These sorts of people just discard all mundane concerns, samsaric concerns, like you would a pile of spit or phlegm. And just heart and soul, they apply themselves to the Dharma. When Milarepa once encountered a hunter, and he said to the hunter, Buddha said, it's difficult and rare to obtain a human body, but when I meet someone like you, I think what's rare and difficult, like what's special about being a human? If you have a human body, but you just engage in negative deeds like a hunter. So in order to be a receptacle for the Dharma, we need a precious human body. As it says, think about how difficult it is to obtain the freedoms and advantages. That's what we mean by a precious human body, right? A precious human body endowed with the freedoms and advantages. So we need to reflect on this. We need to reflect on our great good fortune, how incredibly lucky we are to obtain this body, this support, endowed with the freedoms and advantages. We need to think, if we don't make use of this, then when we die, we will be utterly lost with almost no chance of obtaining this opportunity again. So to obtain this precious human body with its freedoms and advantages presently is just like a blind person coming across a wish-fulfilling jewel. We need to think about our great good fortune in this way.
너는 믿다. 다 믿을 강아래선 제제는 냐로와 차장 그 등을 주시되면 공부하스 즉 이따 조금 그 등을 주시되면 아주 이따를 깨와야 조금 그 등을 주시던 지통고 지구 선나시기라고 말 냐로와 이따 두르다 아야 두르는 몽신 룸비고 그 주시되 공부 말해 몸바라 지가 하슈기 단다 지가 하고 말고 가릴라나 이제 겁다 주고 말 냐로와 이따 두르다 서린 하다라도 서린 불하서냐 빼기차니 미기 기부 정도가 양미 취득 되게 미제도 맞바 근데 두주도 하마랑서 베스코 야보다리도 베스코 빼야보다 때문에 야보 취득을 때 가르마 하시도 나온 두두 강을 니마 찾다가 이제 로 마트도 나팅이로 되지 가르마 하시지 그러시는 나오셔기도 기부 시의 정도가 양 취득 되고 막 땡길 강라 사파체는 뭐서게 돼 취미도 냐와이 tat다 세링 하다 라로스 되 취로 거래 약간 이 semjen secular soba liquid color second the lalo second that lalo the mamuche yorta bigewa chawa tan choose magin the lalo se range the mapa or member second semjen get on the chuji the chawa chentin the lalo use yena cholo the cholo so one chuto to marwa nyalwai ta ta sen la ta lobda chen da ko pata so lobda chen se to ma te ngara to tan dang sa kashi chyo mari se do nepal ke na nastik in the chik se ta chyo mari se ke wan na chyo mari se li ki do ma dang sa mang se ti se gen do je ro ta so ta kala na ba tam je chyo li te ba do de ji chen na ji ji mi mo ji chen na ji ne gi de mere se gen de ti gen ta lobda na tu shu di ngaram so migi wachu na dukshe to lokta se ge se ngab ji lekin de me tene ka dang de 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 ta tila tene cheji ju kabla jo metal waro ya nyalwai ta tu sengla da lo ya nyalwai ta tu ta sengla da lo lokta chen da ku pa ta lokta ku pa se ka ta khata ge mi na ya mi lu tin to de na ku pa khata ge me tene je am jo ko ge me te sem ya ku pa ta dukshe te sem ko ko le so ki bu da sem me na ni ti so ti de ba re to 다른 가시 카터 겸이 통기는 매나야 배심 장부도 셈기 장부도 있는데 수도 비게 라떼 지내양 거쳐도도 라떼 맞잖아요. 그런도 지금 알아서 저기는 지 유기렉세 이거는 담다 하고 있는 거 또 셈디 장부 좀 야고 인사를 띵기가 알아서 쿠퍼스네 다 순두리는 쿠퍼래 쿠퍼에 있니까 내가 쿠퍼스게 두르스마 미 쿠퍼스에나 남주자네 메긴게 미 메통 암정 먹고 ini ciksen ge ampe kupatle chuchige jo mi bidene chuchige tila mital bage ta ti mital bage tila ma ki ne aso talwa ge de ke de ro nyawala ya ma ki idala ya ma ki tundula ya ma ki tila sare bulaso ma ki ne te tila tawas ta ina ti talwa ge se ge aso den de yore es la ta talwa ge de ma ne chudu to yo ma ta dansa office la sone matal warre chongja gyuti ge matal warre kidna yinji ge la ga ji gyuti ge matal 다 단지 돼. 지금 있는 마들로 접게 계기 상사 말이 마들로 이슈 좀 주셨다. 만다가 뭐 그냥 매달 미래다. 선수소 얘기로 마들로 가시게 내가게 매달로 얘기를 가시게 양지 총로 매달로 얘기를 가시게 로좀 매달로 얘기를 가시게 양 자축과지 매달 넘버 먹고 얘기를 너나 주기를 갈긴 지긴 한들 미달 왔어. 이게 다 미달 왔어. 바라 미달 되면 주기 전에 따라와서 저왕아 저와 추스데가 랑저랑아다 신저랑아서 랑라티비 저왕아다 셀레티비 저왕아고 추두기가 폰좀 쏘고 거마도 그게 맞아 추두기 명어가 추두기 두기라나 추두기들아 규단 갱고 빼나 칼라시 무지 사긴 있으나 칼라시 무지 사긴 이제 되게 믿어와 되네 차 맞다 데세 탐지 거데 게스 연지지 거마도 그때 탐지 맞아 게스 보면 칼라시 잡고 탐지 돈이 칼라시한테 싸워나 인지게 달와 게던 저거 추천이 대추지 하고 상대를 맞던데 달와 게던 저거 좀 맞잖아 추두고 산나야 두기게 내고 그러는 거 걔는 나 저기 저왕가서 근데 가르쳐 어야 민기로 왕상 유리기에서 밀기로 당고 나랑서 미일이 된 거래 땅가랑 미일이 된 배양으로 봐 민기로 야 미기로 옹부상고 거라 미나 카타비 옹부상고 거마도 야 미이네 점바 메데긴 쿠바이 데긴 미메토게 암좀 메서로 데긴 강발라바 메데긴 야 쇼시기 뺑가기 신부자 데인도다 옹부상와 아세라 미기 땅가랑서 옹부상도 담지 미기로 왕상 유리기에서 유리기 최다사 사게 와다 답변은 이제 전서 뉴욕도 오지나 유리기 말에 이나 유리기 지당이요 사스기 유저도 추수기 유리니에서 사스기 유저인데 타고 항상 사스기 유저가 도제 된다 와라나스다 삼바카다 양바친다 oh yeah, then Sancho Tonda, this is near to the Latine, around to the Nekarpa, Chutsuki, Satsuki, Sangye, Musu Shat, shows on Getala, Satsuki, Chutsuki, again, another book hunting in one. Sangye should be not to put the church your marate. That jail, I think, would be so what I can see more than Chandler Chosen, nothing younger dependent on Mango Chick Pella Pep. They bug it in a kid to Mango Chick Church, that on the Kama, Bug should not see Jagala matter naturally, Georgia but the Addisha Sondo, or the day to come in the church to use. That Tanta can New York with some Dangana, such a Tago, the church to some Lama Mango Pep. Money getting Lama Moji church, you get a cocoa, down Sandro, church, we do make around the dead amount of church, do gain Lama Candid, Jackie, Counter, Shushu, oh, yeah, that's the such a good use of the council, you really get it. Oh, yeah, make your own, you get Lenta Malo, there on the lake, Tamalo, something. How much ever can take vacation? Around to another, how much ever can another junior gun and take Guru Teba, take a Sangye Chontin de la Teba, money, no share, conscious of the issue, around the person of Chamber. When a chicken to Tata American Disney, how much Teba chicken Mare, Horon the Ranching, give a money lay up was on the Lindy, you want chicken to say Navasangela, interest char, Navasangela, Tomanche, in the chicken to the Geno Pemigate. Somebody. Think you can only lay away a tango from Tebajing Gorki. How much Tebajing Gorki on a letter malo, a leggy tamalo, down to Abba, shooting into the case on my the food, the attack, Fizzy Yasset and again, you get the church of a veto. Around Papa, you love Marawa, get a Bumindo, a child of Bumindo, or Nasin Shed, King you leggy tamalo. You want some, you look at the tamalo. There are that time to sound in on board, Deba, Hama Deba singing Orgyen, young to young Sam Deba begin to another Purgu to catch them, then begin to Purgu in the Yorda. On that, remember them, San Ram, the Makira, Jam, take it, but said against the Michilo Taba, setting into the year. Why at the day, nothing Deba members, and also Deba year. On conjunction of the Paya, Lama, the Paya, Lady J. On you. To me, that thing at the Sawaina, they were wrong at one at the Sawaina. I think we should touch in German. They shall in the Catholic tradition use.
So it's past 12, but I'll just mention a few more. I'll just speak a bit more before we stop for a break. When we talk about the precious human body endowed with 8 freedoms and 10 advantages, right? So what are the 8 freedoms? What do we mean by freedom in this context? We're talking about freedom to practice the Dharma, freedom to engaging in the Dharma. These days in New York, people are very busy, they don't have time. So in a sense, you don't fulfill these 8 freedoms because of the lack of time. Let's go through them one by one. So first of all, is to be born as a hell being in either the hot or cold realms. So this is the first sort of non-free state that we need to be free from in order to be able to practice the Dharma. Hell beings are tormented by intense heat and cold, and because of that they don't have this mental space, so to speak, to engage in the Dharma. Likewise with hungry ghosts, they're tormented by intense hunger and thirst, so they have no opportunity to engage in the Dharma. Animals are sort of obscured by their stupidity. Even if you try and communicate the Dharma to them, they're just not able to understand it. Gods, long life gods, they experience just so much pleasure, such intense pleasure, that they also are just not receptive to the Dharma. Too much pleasure can be an obstacle, can prevent us from being open to the Dharma. It's a bit like if you go and watch a movie, a really enthralling movie. It might go on for like 2 hours, but if time just flies when you're in the cinema. It feels just like a few moments, and you're just so absorbed in the movie, right? It's a bit like that. This is the experience of long life gods. Then we have barbarians, to be born as a barbarian, which means people who are hunters or people who don't believe in karmic cause and effect. Some people who think that harming others, like killing others or making sacrifice, blood sacrifices and so on, they think that is a spiritual path. such people we can call barbarians. There are actually many different types of barbarians, but simply speaking, that's who we're talking about. Then the next non-freedom is to have, lack of freedom is to have wrong view. This refers to people who don't accept any religion, don't have any religious beliefs, they don't believe in past and future lives, they don't believe in karmic cause and effect. And this is actually the majority of people these days, right? Most people just don't believe in anything. So all of you here, you're extremely fortunate to actually have belief, to have faith in past and future lives, in karma, in the Dharma, and so on. Lastly, we have to be disabled, so to be dumb or mute, to not be able to speak or hear. This is a big obstacle to practicing the Dharma, because you can't hear the teachings, you can't communicate. Kyapje Rinpoche, my teacher, he said from among the different types of disability, the worst is to be mentally disabled, because then you really can't engage or understand the Dharma, engage with or understand the Dharma right. These days, some people, they might be deaf or mute, but they can communicate with sign language. They're actually very smart mentally, and they can communicate with sign language or read Braille and so on. So that's kind of okay. But if you're mentally disabled, then you're not able to understand the Dharma. So all of us here, we're free from these 8 unfree states, right? We haven't been born in hell or as a hungry ghost and so on and so forth. So in a sense, we have freedom. That said, if you're very busy and preoccupied by your work, you have to go to the office, or all your time is spent on business, and so on, then in that sense you're still not free, right? You're not free to practice the Dharma if you're always tied up with work and other things. If we were to really think about it, we could probably identify like 20 or more states of 20 or more unfree states, like being constantly tied up with work. It depends, there are different, everyone will have their own unfree states depending on the situation. For some, it might be that they're tied up with study or with conflict or family problems or this or that. In short, when we say lack of freedom, we're talking about any adverse circumstance that prevents you from engaging in the Dharma. So we need to be, precious human body is a state that is free of such adverse circumstances. Now let's move on to the 10 advantages or 10 riches. These comprise 5 advantages from one's own side and 5 from others' side. We need to have all of these 10 conditions in order to engage with the Dharma, to practice the Dharma. We might, just having the wish to engage with the Dharma is not enough. Certain conditions and circumstances need to come together to make it possible, right? It's a bit like if you want to have a meal. Just wanting to eat something isn't enough. You need to bring all the causes and conditions about, like gas, stove, salt, ingredients, and so on. Bring all those together, cook the food, and then you have a meal. So likewise, we need these 10 advantages in order to practice the Dharma. The first set of 5 relate to sort of ourself, our own side. First is to have a human body. We all have a human body. Second is to have working faculties, to be able to see, to hear, to be able to think, and so on, to not be disabled in any way. Thirdly is to be born in a central land. We can define central land in terms of geographical terms, or in terms of the presence of the Dharma. So in geographical terms, we're not in a central land here. This would be a boundary land. Geographic central land refers to certain areas of India where Buddha himself went, where he taught, places like Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, Vaishali, and so on. But we can also understand central land to mean any place where the Dharma has spread and is present. So Tibet is that kind of central land. When Buddha was alive, Buddha didn't go to Tibet, but later on, due to the kindness of the Dharma King Trisam Detsin, Abbot Shantarakshita, and Guru Rinpoche, the Dharma was established in Tibet and spread. So the New York City, this place is is a central land in that sense. The Dharma is available here, it is spread, it's accessible. If you want to practice the Dharma here in New York, you have what you need. You might not be actually engaging in practice, but if you want to do that, if you want to engage in practice, you can do it. Then we have right livelihood. What right livelihood means is being born into a Buddhist family, being born to Buddhist parents, people who have faith in the Dharma. If you're born to Buddhist parents, there's kind of 70 or 80% chance that you will then end up Buddhist yourself, right? Because you're influenced by your parents' faith and their connections with the Dharma. There are some people, Western societies and so on, who are not born to Buddhist parents, but just through their own karma or what have you, they gain an interest in the Dharma and they become Buddhists. So that's kind of even more fortunate to find the Dharma from one's own initiative. Then finally we have having faith in the right objects. This means, to have faith in the Dharma, simply speaking. There are some people, like even in Tibet, a Buddhist country, who lack faith, who lack this fifth prerequisite. Some children, for instance, in Tibet, who I've met, they are hunters, they're always engaging in non-virtue, they don't believe in the Dharma at all. But all of you here, you have faith in the Dharma, faith in the teachers and so on. So you fulfill this fifth prerequisite, which is to have faith in right objects.
Ya manjun do nam ki ta tang ya bisem jin tam jin nam chen la nam ba yang ta pro zo bi sang ki ko mon bo che la chin ne jang ko cha de don do chu sam mon dang isen ne yam sul na ri yo ne be tu ke pa tan che te sen chals.
Please now browse the motivation of bodhicitta, the mindset that thinks, I will establish all infinite mother sentient beings who are countless as the expanse of space, by all means at the level of perfect complete enlightenment, and in order to do that, I will now listen to this profound Dharma teaching and put it into practice.
Oh yeah, tene tatering de la tin taljur nye kawa shebe ne kapso talwa jete she sar jorwa chu na la ranjur nga da shenjur nga se ta ranjur nga de shu sar song tene shenjur nga se de shen la tin bi jorgo nga chore shen la tin bi jorwa nga di kan re sana gyalchun chusung temba ni terchuk shin shenjur nga o se gyalwa zobe sangin jikten kamso chuan gore ma do ge ngarang zu mi lu tin ta ba che ga pen to go ma re tene chö top gyu de la sangi jikten kamso chuan gore te ni bena ngarang zu tanda samu dang ge na ya chom den de tene ngarang zu limbin la kutung ne tina sing ge nara gyana tu da lo tu kawa che tene dorchi tu ngo par to ba sangi che che so tene Waranasi le chöki kholo tangbo tene korwa ne sung tene ka parvata ka thamala soba chokorba shi sum tene korwa re tene thashuk tene sanga zoba chimbo sanga doji tekbi chongor te chewa kone chongor namba jita chongor namba sum da jila yan da mira labgyor de ta kan ina mena dorna tene sangi ge chö sung are tene gyalchun se gyalwa zobi sangi chöp tene jikten le chömbi ki tuji gore tene chön na yan te chö masung na yan de mar tene chö sung wa pena Sangye chote de ina tada sawara nasi la sopa chokin kolo korni tada ngaransu de cho shekyu tia dukte na ngindi ne ma shete ka sheki ne chirta ngi shekyu cho marin di sangye chomdin degi sung ti ne ngarang tsawa tsawi lama ni lama tine kor lami lama gomi koma ne ma gyud ne ten cho sung dang dang cho drup dang dang o ya tizo tham che de tine na dakshaka tumba katin chin sangye chomdin de la tuk diyo re ti indi kanda tine rinpa shine mara Tine gyoen di kanga te gyalchon chö song sa chö song amena ya ngarang so endi chö shuki tiyan yungu mara gyalchon chö song tine tenpa ne se te tenpa tiyan ta tenpa ne se te to se lo mang nyung ro mangbo yore te ta ku nye long chen ram jeng ki tine tenpi ne se te lo nga tong yin song re tokpi tenpa ta tine drupi tenpa ta lungi tenpa ta shitong ngapja te taksam sepe ki tenpa te ne ngapja che te lo shitong ngapja ne na te ngatong re to re te indi kanga ta ti tenpa ne se tiyan tanda ta lo nyitong ngapja zo go yore ta tarong nyitong ngapja lak diyo se go yore te indi kanga sangye ke tenpi ki ne se tiyan yode ba gyalchin chö sung tenpa ne terchuk shesin shengyur nga o terchuk se te ta ngarang tam che yang tene sangye chom ten te la tepa che go yore trawa lama so ina ni te tra che tene che ta jik ten tamal pa so ina yang Again, get them balang, again, the balance at the Kala. When you know, again, get them back, so certain very dun. Last of a Kangarang, Karung, get them baling you that the tender, that Mancha, getting around Lama was a touch you Tamchiti, then the Bata, Captain the beginning, the Batoya. That tender Lama couldn't much, but in a young. Ning around so Wombanjana, Dumbakula, you Capsumason Palames, Conjosum Cabian, the big lawyer, then Captain around so. Captain could number 2 years, I think around there you can touch a conjunction like Cavian thousand Sangye. The tears some Dana, then Captain to top the year. The Tinder my when you get Lama Kundil traffic chain and Tangaranzo, Pelung Batsodana, Tangaranzo, Omloron Soda, Sutam Cheti, Pushing Ming Tag, the Lama was a Ming Tag, Lama touching Ming Tag, did touch you get on that Karesna. The Rangular Lunga some time jetted Lama la Pulpig turns it. They think you can tell around so good. Gyalchen Choson Temba ne Terjuk, the Tembala Juare, Tindu Ganti Shivaje. Tene Terjuk Shazin, the Shin Tambi Jesus in Gores, or Tashin in Tambi Jesus and Rala Lama Gogiore, Lama Gijesu Mazona, Church to Tanshigmare, around the Church to Percevala, Lama Gijesu and Goyore. Tin the Lama in a Chechung to Keja Majiba Kain, a Chetit, Tombotan Cosa, Tombokeza Maimba, Ranla, and then give out to Tantiba Ponda, getting laundry, thinking. Oh, yeah, then I think Rangi Teta, which Latin Chugi, Jimmy Jacking Lamatale Shingins, Shingins, gave Shingins, all the Shingin Tambitan out of the Pedal Young Island and the Kings of Maltini. Then the church already, then Alama Mongo's temper, the Capra to Tinida, Lamatin Kimbo Dozen, Bucheta, Kimbo Chicker, Buchukun, then long Mongotini, Concundil Deni, Church Uni. The teacher she just again Arange. Nyamsu lent to but the lent and I can so Salama Kama got the church shake it at the corner bus and so Jangwa Chesananda or Consa Chesh and under Titi my get that one long trip from some Alama Moya. So the Jurum Bajeta Tungu Kinzer Bajetan to Pema Rotan, the Dudjom Bajeta. How the corner, but then don't sit in the last of a getting Petron around so Yantana with the last of a con the only Mongoshivari. So, in a touching page, I started with church and watch as I do. Thank you for that, but the Kyapje Tulku in it. Take the Indica. Tindu get in it around the Lama, Comma, 10 inches in the chair. The can never so in a that in the Shin long, which Lama to the thank you much on my Giddy it in a laundry jigging, in a girl, get laundry mixing Lama Mongoy. The teen the tendon solar on a tebayo, the Shin Tabi Jesus and Basser. That tea, shitty, thing at the Dembana Shanger's a Shenlanger, the Shenla Mandana, on the Ranglang at the Indiana, Shanger Jorvata Masawaina, Chetu cook up me on your tea and the Galwas over San Kitchen in day, Galchins, a Galwas over San Kitchen, then Jitin comes to Chamber, Tambi Chesonga, Galchin Chesson. Oh, yeah, Galchin Chesson, the name in Chesson. Oh, Yalchin Chasson, Temba Neva, a Tempiki Nesete, Yoba, oh, yeah, then Tela Jesu and Juba, Rang, then Tempiki Jesu Juxon and Date, Corbara, Sangye Tembi, Rapchona Galon, Gesur Gain Lasso, that in the Mazona and Tepa Yubicon and Juba, then singing Tembi Jesus and Bass, a thing at the Samaina, the Talchur of Jes again the Sangye, the Hong Kong Champion Sungana, and Richelieu, Mukum Get and Tasun King, Mukum Gelas of a Jargaina, then Mangoshu Chatter, the Tirinta. In the Sweden as a Tuesday rounds or can also give a Sango San Consala Michelon Sonala, give a year, Tilly gave a so go the Yundan Journal Tagina, around the Asian to the Yundan Journal Tagina, the Gashing gave a Titans of Yuri. Oh, I think that is.
So we're talking about a precious human body, meaning a human body endowed with the 8 freedoms and 10 advantages. From among these, we covered already the 8 freedoms, what that means, and from among the 10 advantages, we covered the 5 advantages from one's own side. Now let's look at the 5 advantages from others' side, or we could say like externally, 5 external advantages that need to be present if we want to engage in Dharma. So the first of these 5 is that Buddha needs to have come to one's world. And in our case, Buddha has come to the world. Buddha appeared in this world. It's not enough just to gain a human body to engage in the Dharma. You need to gain a human body in a world where a Buddha has appeared. So in our case, Buddha Shakyamuni was born in Lumbini. He engaged in austerities by the Narayana River for 5 years. He displayed enlightenment at Bodh Gaya. And then in Varanasi, he turned the wheel of Dharma for the first time. And then he continued teaching. He gave the teachings that we described as the second turning of the wheel and the third turning of the wheel. And in addition, the Vajrayana teachings, which is sometimes said to be the fourth turning of the wheel, sometimes they're included in the third. So in this way, Buddha Shakyamuni, Buddha Shakyamuni has appeared, has come to our world. So the first of these 5 advantages is complete. The second advantage is that the Buddha teaches. So it's not enough just for a Buddha to appear, the Buddha also needs to teach, right? So Buddha Shakyamuni appeared in this world, but he also taught. And the teachings that Buddha gave have been transmitted down into the present day, from one teacher to the next. So I might be sitting here as a teacher of the Buddha Dharma, but everything I'm saying actually is just a repetition of Buddha's own words. I'm simply repeating Buddha's words, Buddha's teaching. So, and these teachings, like I said, they've been transmitted from Buddha to his own disciples, and from them in an unbroken stream of transmission all the way down to one's own root guru. But the source of all of these teachings is Buddha himself, through the kindness of Buddha in teaching, in sharing the Dharma with us. So that's the second of the 5. The third factor is that the teachings remain. So that not just only the Buddha taught, but the teachings still remain. So Longchenpa explains that the teachings, the Buddha Dharma, will remain in the world for 5,000 years, and this is divided up into different periods of time. So a period of realization, of practice, of teaching, and of mere signs, and so on. So in total, the teachings, as Longchenpa explained, that they'll remain in this world for 5,000 years since Buddha appearing. So the teachings they're still present in this world. Fourth is that one enters into the Dharma. So entering into the Dharma means one has faith, one engages with the Dharma, or one follows, more simply speaking, you could say one follows the Dharma. So everyone here pretty much is a follower of the Dharma. The best way to follow the Dharma is to become a monastic, take the novice or full monastic vows. But even as a lay practitioner, you can take the 5 lay precepts, become a Genyin. I'm sure almost everyone here probably already is a Genyin, a lay practitioner with the 5 precepts. Because no doubt almost all of you here have probably taken refuge in Tibetan culture and our tradition. Then when a child is born, they get named. One takes one's child to a Lama rite and has the child's hair cut and requests the Lama to give them a name. So when that's as part of that, the child actually takes refuge in the 3 jewels, right? That hair cutting ceremony, the symbolism of having one's hair cut by a guru is, it means that one is offering up one's body, speech and mind to the guru and taking refuge in the 3 jewels. So I imagine everyone here has already taken refuge in that way with the hair cutting ceremony, and so is automatically a lay practitioner with refuge vows. But nevertheless, it does say in the scriptures that even if you don't take a formal ceremony, even if you don't undergo like a formal ceremony for taking refuge, to surrender and wholeheartedly take refuge just from one's own side in the 3 jewels, to place one's trust totally in the 3 jewels, automatically makes one a follower of the Dharma. One automatically receives the refuge vows in that way. So that's the 4th point, the 4th advantage. 5th is to be accepted by a teacher, a guru, a spiritual friend. And when we say guru or spiritual friend, we're not just talking about someone who has some high title, as His Holiness or His Eminence, and who sits on a high throne and has some high status. We're talking about anyone who, someone who acts as one's spiritual friend by pointing out to one, showing one what is virtue, what is non-virtue, what should be done, what shouldn't be done, opening one's eyes to what should be accepted and avoided. That person, that's what we mean by a spiritual friend. So we need to follow such a spiritual friend and be, not just follow them, but follow them in a sense of actually be accepted, taken under their care. So in my case, I followed many different teachers, but most especially or mainly Kyapje Tulku Rinpoche and Kyapje Tulku Rinpoche. Those two gurus I followed, I sort of lived with them and followed them day after day for about 15 years. In addition, I also received many empowerments, transmissions, and teachings from great masters like the late Dudjom Rinpoche, Dudjom Rinpoche, Nyingpo Rinpoche, Yong Rinpoche, and so on. But the main teachers that I followed, that I was embraced by and followed were Kyapje Tulku Rinpoche and Kyapje Tulku Rinpoche. So, yeah, to sum up, these are the 5 advantages that need to be present from other side, or we could say 5 external advantages. All of these 5 need to be present in our situation, in our circumstances. Otherwise, it's not possible to engage in the Dharma, even if we wish to. So, to repeat them, the first is that the Buddha came to this world. Second is that the Buddha taught. Third is that the Buddha's teachings remain. Fourth is that we enter into the Dharma, the Buddha's teachings. And fifth is to be accepted by a spiritual friend. So with this, we've covered the 8 freedoms and the 10 advantages that qualify a precious human body. Longchenpa, he added 2 further sets of 8 points, circumstantial advantages, and another 8 points. If we were to go through those, then that's a lot more detail to go through. So we won't do that here. But you can find an explanation of these other points in words of my public teacher, and also in the Treasury of Precious Qualities and the Wish Fulfilling Treasury.
Oh yeah, tini tatine rete talchur nyegi sulla somne se talchur nyegi sulla som se tonda demba stigla rem sonre tadi tonda chi sonre sena ta talwa geta jirwa geta dembi gi talchur ge mili rumboche top chana. Oh yeah, tini talchur ge mili rumboche de top ju de pe go ne tangi parkawa tangi go ne nya parkawa gui go ne nya parkawa sa ta nya ka sa kendela tini pe da tanda gui go ne nya parkawa bare ta tizu tamche de geva shenani then choching isum je yang diran ro shagare ten du kanada tenda she magojine tarjur nyegi sulla som sa ta pe da chanta gyu go ne samba ine tarjur ge milerim bo je shin de par kaware sam ti nye pa ti an tonda demba sigla rem sa tonda demba se de chung jamna tonda demba se mare oh ya tini shingat abna tonda demba se mare politic chena ti tini situn chena ya ti tonda demba se mare ti indu kanada jik toga gyang se nyima tro saji tinde chigula ya tonda demba se mare tonda demba se ge kande chila se yo rasena o ya tini ngaran so o ya tini chigi talchur gi mili rumboche thoba cham chigi me thoba chu ya da ba ji dub ko yore chu tian danda ne ga so kang dub ko zoba chimbo gi chu de nyamlen chi ko yore ti indi tonda demba la rem shi se da chong ja gyo singa tab ji tonda la mili lemba mare 디 토바에는 가수 뭐 가수지 첨부지 규칙보다 톱지고 담년다 첨부지였나요? 다저 전다 대바세 말이다. 단단 가라서게랑 밀리름 보지 톱지 제수 최야 보지 두바이나. 대한 최대한테는 조바 첨부기 최냐면 제와이나 돈다 덴바레스. 디인데 돈단 덴바 시글라 렘 세트니 Dudjom Lingpa kita milirin boje topna milirin boje tondan tengore se tondasni nyamlen chi wastirata ngo ya dalju de thola matang wachene chö yak boje dumne tene chö tian zoba chimbe chö dubju tela te tondan dembala rem shegi se rem senada rem singal kulwan se pare te indu kala ngaran so ge phayu so kejala ta kyunga tire chi lega chi kyunga rem ko du da rem se tu kala ta inje mi chi gitene be ko du zong ko du se tandar tondan demba sigla rem shi sta choya bodu gyu zoba chim nyam len chi gyu la rem so.
So we need to attain this precious human body endowed with the 18 freedoms and advantages, as Dudjom Lingpa says here. Think about how difficult it is to obtain the freedoms and advantages. So meaning the precious human body endowed with the 8 freedoms and 10 advantages. We can talk about the difficulty of obtaining such a precious human body in terms of or through example, count, and cause. By thinking about the examples, count, or number, and cause, we can come to understand the difficulty of obtaining such a support. If we were to go into that in any kind of detail, though, we'd be talking about that just for 2 or 3 hours. So I won't go into detail. I won't go into any further detail on that. The point though here is we're being told think about or reflect on how difficult it is to obtain a precious human body. And hasten to make this life meaningful. So this life, this precious human body that's been obtained, hasten to make this meaningful. How is this precious human life made meaningful? Well, it's not through business, it's not through farming, it's not through politics, it's not through just getting by so that you're warm and comfortable and have a full stomach. That is not how we make this precious human life meaningful. Rather, it's through practicing the Dharma, through engaging in Dharma. And here we're talking about the Dharma of the great perfection. That is how we make this precious human life meaningful. No matter how much we engage in, no matter how much success we might have in mundane activities like business, farming, politics, and so on, none of those endeavors are going to make this precious human life meaningful. It's only through practicing the Dharma that we can make our life meaningful. So that's why Dudjom Lingpa says here, think about how difficult it is to obtain the freedoms and advantages, and then hasten to make this precious human life meaningful. Again, how do we do that? We do that through the Dharma, through practicing the Dharma of the great perfection. When it says hasten here, this is like an entreatment, a kind of an encouragement, an imperative, saying, you must do this, be diligent in this, like strive for this, exert yourself in this, and do so quickly.
Oh yeah, dine donda demba shigla remse tat chudne yapoji dubne tsen dila dine charab chunan jalu santhal rotoba. That tender machon na yang dine ngone gi oh yeah, ringzin namba ji sala te chuning ngonsum dang yam compare rikpa sebe la so bi gi sala lebju gi tonda la rem shi gi sung ta taljur gi tonda ti donna dine kata treje dal ndu tokala so ba nyam so la ne dinde che sho se ta ngone taljur gi milyu rimboche gi dine jinga che shaksa de 달줄 촐라마다 외체샤 그게 배샤가이나 되니 angara 카라 검중스레 생도 ngo마티네 까담기티네 게시 카라 검중스겐데 되니 푸바지나 쇼디어스 테 푸바지나 쇼디어도 강라 공급 푸바가 어디라 고dem라 철봉지 철막게 되는 풍부지 게니 티공 말페드가 둘로 탐제데 티기티네 토르마 디스트럽지고스레 테 공상 아당이디 tupshakosare sesamres ati tadi tupna ya jengone gi nyingpo cha ayo dile cheji dupna government dan di yang asong di tupni nge chilo do nanglan do kom ayo me chishe dile ti tine ji tinde ji gi tondal nga tu zu tangsha na tine ngone gi ngarang tu zu di cholare ta dile che rang dupna gagre sana ma phe du kala ma tu yang chapsang na yang ya so phe ngos ya phe de yang tulo digi ngaran so ina kolau tamche yang chermati shadow de kana ase tadi tu ko sare samda akha tadi dile te cheji dum ga mari taljur ge milir mboche de tholare ta karma chuzu ge milir de zodore tadi de jen dil tu ne da ngaran nang de gagare ten nang la man de chilo thenki eran mera yang nang ji azu yang tu lo ma jong tin de jen ko ba lo mangbu ge par to son cherbung ge go ka pheje chilo thonse me gen de cha Tidu kante lama trubato tu kana fuba go tamche de sarma ga tum song so ta de daljur zan rang nyensem me be ge tine ko chedu lama tine trubato song re tine chilo ge sarma ga tungbudi tulo ma song ro daljur donda demba so genti khara gumsu ru ji gogres.
So we need to hasten to make this life meaningful, which means, well, the best result would be to attain the rainbow body, to attain realization and display the rainbow body, or attain one of the 4 Vidyadhara states, or accomplish one of the 4 visions through practicing the cutting through of primordial purity and the turgal of spontaneous presence. When it says here, hasten to make this life meaningful, well, probably the best example of doing such is the example of Karak Gomchung, who was a Kadam Geshe practitioner in the past. He was living in a cave and practicing there. And out at the mouth of the cave was a thorny bush. Every time he would exit the cave to go to the bathroom or something, the thorns of the bush would catch on his clothes and tear his clothes or scratch him. And then he'd think, oh, I should probably trim that bush back. You know, it keeps catching on my clothes. And then the next thought he'd have is, oh, that would be a waste of time, wouldn't it? To spend a few minutes of this precious human life just trimming a bush, and you know, who knows if I'll even still be alive, later on in the day. So he wouldn't cut the bush. He'd go back into the cave without cutting the bush, and then of course later on he'd need to exit the cave again, and the same thing would happen. The thorny bush would catch on his clothes, tear them a bit. And you think, oh, maybe I should cut this bush. But then he'd sort of reflect in the same way. Why would I waste a few moments of this precious human life that's so difficult to obtain? Why would I squander that in a meaningless action like cutting this bush back? Who knows if I'll even be alive later today? You know, who knows if I'll ever exit the cave again? So then he'd enter the cave and sit down and practice, and this would go on. This went on for years. He continued his practice in this cave for many years. And at the end, the thorny bush had grown a lot, maybe so much that it almost covered the entire mouth of the cave. But the Lama, Karak Gomchung, he'd attained accomplishment, attained realization. So that's the best example of how we can make this precious human life that's so difficult to obtain meaningful.
Talchurki million budget Tobarkawa Samni, Dona Shingi Tabuk the Chalong Majore, Singi Chalong Majonaya, Shingi the Chalong Majone, Lama Tubatopsores.
So thinking, reflecting again and again about how difficult it is to obtain this precious human body endowed with the freedoms and riches, contemplating that again and again, then the Lama was left with no time to cut the thorny bush back. He just didn't get the opportunity because he was reflecting so deeply on the difficulty of obtaining a precious human body. But he did attain accomplishment, a realization.
Oh yeah, ta nipati mitagachewa maje para lotagar ringu nakatung songre ta zoba chimbe nyamle jegen so tamche mitagachewa tengor mato mitagachewa te matena zoba chimbe nyamle yapo yungu maris e mitagachewa maje para namine chewa mitaba tengore songre te indu kanta mitaba tela shene gewa pe migi shegyore te tida gewa moko sheshena ngazoge tene tuzuge changamare mitaba la sheba ina chinuchule tene mitaba na Nangchu Semjin Latina, Chino Latina Metaba Gomba, the Kiwu Tamba Latina Metaba Gomba, Chicken Yamel Latina Metaba Gomba, Tugin Jirwa Latina Metaba Gomba, Metaba Gomba, Mambuji, Gonzalo Michelona, Tugina doing a Chison Share. Tansam Ying also on the theatre, Halm Geguji Treson Share. They Metaba Cheva second day, Metara Chinugin Chitana Sama, Nimaji Jigdo, and Zambuling Tea, and low billion soon did Zambuling Tam to Toto or so. Oh, yeah, the billion chick the China and Zosar said, Tataran the dead. They in the Jenta, Rizawa Kankim Tamji Mevashan, the Kamba the Chakakos to the Kawa, the Degmar, Tamji Imaji or Nimaji louder. They think they even around me with the Kake at Cheta. When he get Tinatawatemba Kakeo Mare, or the thing you can Chinugi Jitina Sana Metapare, Nangchuki Semjin Samna, Mina, Imagishito, Tunduin, around the Semjin Nala, that saying to the dinosaur in it, the dinosaur, the Lumbuma, which there is that in Sotam Mirigio Marnashi Sari. Oh, yeah, that in the Tasutasu in Nangchuki Semjin Samlatana Metapare. Oh, yeah, Kiu Tambalatina Metapare, one Sangi Chum in the chicken comes to Chambari, Shing Chum in the Shing Shason, Gurun Bucheta, Shing the Chisha was a Marate, in a Singing John Margin and I English in the shells in the Pepsonre. What did Nashin Chicken go and get to the Jambang used and also Namkala Chatter to Bosashin and Buddha Zulta Jingo so to be tinted to talk and tanging it to St. Gajulas of Batan, Jambang Ishulas of Wahabi and dance of Mingil Hamazam Luoma. Tang Aranzul Samatana, that's a Lama Manguchi, Troma Pema Rigtsal Shing Shakon, Dr. Chinsu Nanishin, then chatur Rinpoche sing so Dudjom Rinpoche sing pe so Tulku Khyentse Rinpoche sing pe so ngarangi tsawe lama Kimbun Dase Rinpoche Chökye Rinpoche so sing shak so te ngoni ge ta kewu tamba khon namba samji me kewu tamba ngoni ge keshila rawang yodde gen do yod keshila rawang chi yona khon namba yo go gen do rete khon namba tamji sing shak sare te tin de kala ta kewu tamba tena mitaba re chigen yemela tena mitaba re chigen yemela sanan ta dangsa namru lung mi mawo debjigli mi shibyang ap tendra sheto or tene gari ge site tiga shigiyore chuchu shigiyore tanda ngalang de ki bu de de ga chere ma do ge ta zabuling tana karma re la khajo se chi tene ge gari dabata namru lunga tang dan dona exit chen tene shito yore o ya tanda ngalang so de ge ja shiga ji de sangyi shokba par de mi chi shi de na ha ko ji ga wa mare o ya te te indi ka ma chigen yeme se ge de bota accident cha gyo la so ba ne na za la so ho to la so ba la tarawande America da sangul da Jong gi shu mi do shi sangul do yon mi mo de bi shi do do ta ya khazing par gap chen kerang zo ye yon chi khang ba mang bo ji tsig ni ja chi dong kir ji ga lam chi tsig song re si do o ya mi ya gyap chang mang bo ji shi ba yin sa o ta ti do ge ti ni chigen yeme go ni mi ta ba re o ya ta mi ta ba sik ne mang bo ji yo re tin de gang la da tin de gi mi ta ba chung song phan ji ti ngarang zo che chö du ju ge tu yong ge ma re o sam bo ta ne ata ji shi ju ta ne me sam de de na tini chödub gyudregi mare, ti indi mitak chewa sagan ti yakboji gomba ina tpa tamba sangye ki mitak chewa ji gomdang, tangbo cholan jugbi goche, bardo cholan zumbi chakche, tama chukur turbe tokse sondwa, ti indi kan mitak chewa de lola kewa ina, pena kangpa nang zul kengi goda ure, goda yun nang ya zul tukarwa, o tina shinji mitak chewa de tenba ina, tini nga zo chö yakbo chi kyugi ngosu kore se, chö ki tini nang tengarang ure se, tini pardo tini mitak chewa goba ina gewa dubkyu la chak na shinji kore, pena ta shun di kang, ta chak zin shun na, ta di gyokpa gyugdo urwa, o tini na shinji chö dubdi kang, ta nyal de koto si ngsa mare nagiraka tini ngarang zo ina lelu do kego na, mitak chewa de tenba ina, chö la tini kulwa tabkyu, pena ta la chak shiwa na shin, tama chukur turbi tokche se, mitak chewa gom, parkab chini chö yakbo dubni tini, ngoni chiwi kinchi kwa le tarni, jizin mila dawo, ta chiwin chikwa porti thal sege tini jizna mela so tamche tine sondo o ti indi kong da mitak chewa de yapo ji gomba ina tini ngarang su zokpa chenpo nyamlen la pemi ki pen chenpo toko yore ti indi mitak chewa mare na tsuyo zokpa chenpo insi ketak chewa ji mangu ji labde ka chega chene ti ketak chenpo kode liu sonda che pen toko mare ti indi nyamsu lengyu chewa la tini da daljur nye kawa tang mitak wala sopa ti yakpo ji gyule kewa ina chewa di yakpo yongkyu tang choy nyamlen dilbu yongkyu tang chö gyog nyurdu tene zokpa chenpyo ki nilu togyula pen toba tende indu kama tene tete wiki te tse mitak te yakbo gomgo res mitak chewa maje para semla maje pa lotak rinpo nakatung lotak rinpo nekata nga shiki mara lo gya deong gubji deong lo terang chuchu nga deki de ta majang na sangpe tukta nga shiki mara samla tende ki lo gyang rinpo te tangkyo mara nima tering ni tusu ni tengkor par lamsang chö dhubo res Lona tungo res, te son res.
Don't disregard impermanence and death, curtail all long-term plans. So we mustn't forget the fact of impermanence and the fact of death. We mustn't disregard these points. Dudjom is saying we need to reflect on impermanence and we need to reflect on death. Always, at all times, keep these in mind. Otherwise, we will not be able to engage genuinely in the Dharma. We won't be able to practice properly. There's so much to say, actually, about impermanence and death. Often it's explained in terms of, for instance, the impermanence of the outer world, the environment, the impermanence of inner beings, the beings living in the environment, the impermanence of holy beings, the impermanence in terms of the uncertainty around the time and circumstances of death, impermanence of the passing of time, and so on. So in the words of my perfect teacher, impermanence is explained by reflecting on these 6 or 7 points in resting at ease in the nature of mind. It's explained by means of 8 or 9 points. In short, though, we can come to understand impermanence and reflect on impermanence by thinking about the impermanent nature of the external world. Scientists say it's said that the external world has a lifespan, so to speak, for 3 billion years, and that 1.5 billion years have already passed. So all of this is to say that the external world is not going to last forever. It's going to disintegrate and disappear eventually. Of course, the same goes for the houses and the buildings that we live in. Of course, those are not going to last forever. They will fall down, they'll disintegrate, fall into ruin. The same goes for the people, for all of us, for all animals, all the beings living in the world. None of us are going to live forever, none of us are impermanent. We will all die sooner or later. It said that the animal or being with the longest lifespan were the dinosaurs, but look around, none of the dinosaurs are here anymore. They've all died, they've all passed away. So in this way we can contemplate impermanence and come to understand that everything is impermanent, everything is fleeting. We can also think about impermanence by looking at sublime beings, the sublime accomplished beings. For instance, great masters and adepts who have appeared in Tibet, for instance, like Guru Rinpoche's 25 heart disciples. In the past, they were living in Tibet, displaying extraordinary miracles and amazing feats, like leaving footprints and handprints in solid rock, flying through the air, traversing through solid rock, and so on. Likewise, the 84 Mahasiddhas, and so on and so forth. But now these accomplished beings, these sublime beings, are no longer around. They've passed away. We can also think about our own gurus. Great masters like Pema Rinpoche, my own gurus, Khenchen Dasa Rinpoche and Dudjom Rinpoche, Dorsem Rinpoche, the late Dudjom Rinpoche, Yong Rinpoche, and so on and so forth. These masters have perfect realization, were perfectly accomplished. If anyone could have mastery over birth and death, it would be them, right? But look around, they're not here anymore. They've all passed away. We can also consider how the time and circumstances of our death are uncertain. Just as we're sitting here, every second, how many people are passing away? How many people will die within this hour? They'll die in all sorts of unexpected ways. Car accidents, plane accidents, and so on. Maybe natural disasters like earthquakes. It seems like New York is an earthquake-prone area, but some places are. There are also, we can die in fires, for instance. Who knows, maybe some of us here will be dead tomorrow morning. We really don't know, because our lifespan is impermanent and it's not certain how long we'll live and how we'll die. So in this way we need to contemplate impermanence, really take to heart the fact that our lifespan is impermanent, everything is impermanent, and we don't know when and how we're going to die. It's said that reflecting on impermanence at the outset inspires us to practice. It's like a gateway or an entranceway to the Dharma. When we think about impermanence, then we're inspired to start practicing. When we continue reflecting on impermanence, then impermanence acts as like a whip to spur us on in our practice. Like if you're riding a horse and then you can use the whip to keep the horse going and speed it up. So to keep on reflecting on impermanence keeps us going in our practice. And finally, when we really persevere in our practice and stay with it and continue with it over time, then impermanence, then through the reflection of impermanence, we'll reach the point where we overcome fear of death, where we gain realization and find freedom from the fear of death. So this being the case, it's really important and beneficial to reflect on impermanence. It's not enough just to have an interest in the Dharma and to want to practice the great perfection, but then fail to reflect on impermanence. If we don't take impermanence to heart, we won't get around to practicing. And then the great perfection of the teachings are not going to be of any use to us. So, reflecting on impermanence is crucial, indispensable, if we want to practice well, if we want to apply ourselves, and swiftly and effectively gain realization of the great perfection. So this is why the text says, don't disregard impermanence and death, keep it in mind, and curtail all long-term plans. So we don't know how long we're going to be around, we don't know when we're going to die. That being the case, don't make long-term plans, cut your plans short, and apply yourself to practice right now.
Oh yeah, didn't Serap Thoma Mela Tus, Tambichutan Tepraka, Tangaranso, Kewa Mangbuji Langayor, Talendi Kewachi Mayemba, Tanguniki Chirituki Kewa Susun Tamidala, Mi Kewa Langawikiri, Tunduki Kewa Langawikiri, Yalwa Yetaka Kinta, some Gimekewa Mangbuji Langawikiri, the Indu Kalangaranso, Chuluna, Shingi Keshigina, Uniki, Miki Chimatangachiga, Tai Gansu Chimpu the Kangayor, Tindesondo. Chadam Bui Kangla and the Witchik in its session, and Tuzukshagina, Riga, Revle Cantine, Zukshaku Yoga, the Ina Pena, Butoman, the Wizikawazilan, T. Kambatamji, Zakshan, Shasha, Juna, when you Riga, Revle Cant to a child, the Resetines, this we can sing cars and Kewa Mambo, Chiglan, and also Kewa Mambujilan or T. in Dukala, Mai took the Nikrabara, Jashuk Sikutam sitting around the dinner, Shended concerts and a shitting Naswana in Chiga. Aba Amachika Tamchiti, Tinepena, Sagi Dilni, reaching the Dinit in the Jashuk Sikutam sitting that ching should be into with Tigasman, Satam Jetan, Sagi, Sangamaris Lavre, Tigas Kewa Mongoji Lansare, Kewa Japto, Titan, Bumta Mongoji Lansare, Kewa Tigazilania, Dundam Majunit and the Corval Luder Mato, Titi, Chuji. Yamling Jeva in the Tanda around the Kewa Dinjing comes to Korgo, you can sense our Yomaranazo Korva, the target. That matter begins to Choya Bumashi begins to say. The Indicala, that Taran Sambatan, as he Sekorva Toma, but under the Korva Tigas Cambre, Taron Chuji Matubna Nitin, Korva Champion Red Dure, Oya the Indica, Serap Toma Melatu, Serap Home, Kazukewa Kazu Lando, Maranso Getini, Tito, which is a tutan. Tambichutan Tepraka, Sangoni Chuyanta, but Tepraka, Laboratory and Zobachibu, Dita would take in the Kali, Nanikali, Kawana, Nikali, Kavajere. Then Zobachim Chutan Tepraka, Zobachimbu Chut, Dunging it in Lama than Teprakawari, Chut the Tobnayant in Yamni Chesula Kawari, that Tintigi, in Aranso, Kalwa Zambo, Lama and Jala, Tambichuyan, Rangi and Chik Talwa and Chutu, Ludin and Top, Dita Kalwa Zambo to become so substitute Machiva Yinani. Oh, yeah, didn't when you get second gitness and say Linchik again with that other Matoke, didn't talk you married, didn't you can't temperature and Tebraka in Bahakores at Tebrakas.
Look at the countless lives you've had, how difficult it is to encounter the sacred Dharma. So look at the countless lives you've taken prior to this one. So from in past lives, countless lives, inconceivable countless number of lives we've taken, being reborn in the different 6 classes of beings, as hell beings, hot and cold hells, as hungry ghosts, as different types of animals, as gods and demigods, and so on. It's said that we've all been taking rebirth in samsara just endlessly. We've had lifetimes without count, so much so that if we were to gather up all of the tears we've shed in our samsaric lives, those tears would fill the entire ocean and actually overflow the ocean. Likewise, it's said that if we were to gather together all the bones of the various bodies we've taken rebirth in, they would amount to a pile much bigger even than Mount Meru, the biggest mountain. For instance, if we were to take just to gather together all of the bones of the skeletons of the ants, the times that we've been reborn as an ant or an insect, and gather those together, that itself would come to a pile larger than Mount Meru, the king of mountains. We've just taken rebirth so many countless times in different forms, in different lives. It's also said that in the scriptures, it's said that if we were to take the whole of earth and roll the earth into tiny balls the size of juniper berries, and in that way try to count with those balls, try to count the number of mothers we've had, meaning and how many how many rebirths we've taken in the past, that there would not be enough earth to even start counting the number of mothers we've had, the number of lives we've had. So we've been reborn, in short, just hundreds of thousands of times in samsara, in the different levels and states of samsara. But still nothing has come of it. We're still here, just wandering aimlessly through samsara. So why is this the case? Why are we still here? It's because until now, in spite of the countless rebirths we've taken, we've failed to practice the Dharma properly. We've failed to accomplish the Dharma. So we should reflect on this, as it says, look at the countless lives you've had, and really take stock of things. Think to yourself, if I carry on in this way, just taking rebirth, one life after the other, and I don't practice the Dharma, I'm just going to carry on in this way. So, really look at the countless lives you've had. How difficult it is to encounter the sacred Dharma, in spite of all of the countless lives that rebirths we've taken. We've still, up till now, we've failed to accomplish the Dharma. It's so difficult to encounter the sacred Dharma, especially the Great Perfection. To encounter the teachings of the Great Perfection, a qualified teacher of the Great Perfection, and once one has received the teachings, to actually be able to put them into practice. Therefore, we should reflect. Now we've obtained this precious human body endowed with the freedoms and riches. We have the freedom and opportunity to practice. We've met with the teachings of the Great Perfection, or we have the chance to meet with them, to meet with teachers of the Great Perfection, and to put those teachings into practice. So we should take this to heart and also reflect on how difficult and rare it is to be in such a situation, and also how fleeting it is. It's not going to last. That's what I'm saying.
Kapsamla, Chache Mamang Chulan, Dillsong, Tandi Shaldam, Misse Milam Necos, Missing Milam Duganda, and Yalas, and Sangye Shopayal to Milam Nala, Mija Tamji the Zosa, Petina Shinjig, Misses again, Tung Jere, Tangada was in a lot to you, or actually on the lot to you, just in a Pemi Ringu, when it's Yagana, Tangarang now, Dangong Milam down. Lot to do some that around Milam the Salvador. The time to Zosare, Jetsare, Chichigayo Mare. The Mrs. again, then do you the youth some jere the Madoga to Chegrimbu in under Takashi Kashiargo and Mishimato. Mrs. again, the Milam Nashi, Jokondo Shagore, the Miss Milam Nekap, Miss Milam Kapsam last, Mrs. again, the Chekibushuna, the Dugushun and the Jokon Zoto Kichere, the Aja Takwacheva Mare, Chicken now at the Yuring Tung Samroji Tang Tang Sajre Madogan, Donna Milam Nashinjere, Tamche, Tsangong Milam Mikin, the Mato Cheo Mare, the Wijilatine, Chachi Mongo Mise Tung Tung, Milam Nashinge, Nyingpo made again, Milam Nashinge to Su Tung Tung de la Chachi Mamang Chula Dill, said Aji Mangoji Laka Mangoji, Tsong, Javin, Politics, Chicken Menda Kanji, Jusa Tam, Chicken Menda Kanji Shanaya, Donna Tinekarabara. Japan Toachi, the Nyingpo Yavaji Chigayo Mare, Gindin Chabelsuna, Yuring Dona, Kurvicha, Mikacha, and Chinga Yumen Desagendo, Chawaji Jets, Parkapchin, Jusana, Nyingpo Mebate, Jusana, Pejumindua, some Chuputs and Gula and Nyingpo Mindusam. Oh, Yatina, Yang Chumpus on the top Chevolaya, Nyingpo Mindusam Kito, Red Water, top Kazu Chimpo Yonayang, and the top Cheval, the top Lungdogrian, and the top Tigrang getting it, talking getting it. Okay, can do Dosha and Trechaka, top Consatola Kazuta, Jalka, Alcotra, Mima, Arcola, Mindipa, Mambu, Chagdua, no, Tamchiti and Tendona, Sendi Chasha de la Pe, and Ombrachens on Ducalatin, Trechaka. In the Chache Mamma, Chula Dillas, that Jitin Kasuki Chavachi and Tamchi, Ningu Mebatan, Tonda, make it out as a resonre. Tindikan Chachi Mamma Chula Dillas, and Jitin Chava Kasu Chesha and Ningu Mebata and Ducala. Chachi Mamang said that Chava and Chapa Manguja Machine. Oh, Yatine, Sechima Pempiki Church each and Yakare, some tag around Dudjom Komiki, Sheltam, Miss Milam Nekabla, Chachi Mamang Church and Dill say Chava Chapa Manguchi Tachik, Tangachi singing Southern Japan Tokomaris, Chachi Mamang Church and Dill Sarala Nipa Yose Tamchite. Oh, Yatine, Landams like Kiranzo in the Tamji, Leka Mambuga Tella, so she would guy in Talega Payman, Lega Shodo, the chicken is Moska Jere, Chichiga, Yingucha, or Lega Katsation, and Yingucha, or Lega, service to you, Mare. Oh, Yatin, the Kanacha, Mamans, Labratacha, Manguka, and Yingu by Indu. Oh, Yatine Chache, Mamachula, Dills, and Jitingi Chava, Tam, Jede, Jingwani, Yingbu Mebatan. jitingi chawa tamji yun rinpoche Troma tila chigi shenpa long gyudu matoge chiga tene mi korwi nena tishi mizang tunna tishi mi korwi nena dewa me sagi na chigi Nyingpo yobi lega chiga ma ti indu chache ma bong chula dil zeta rangla tuzo toza milam drago chigi tuzo toza yoba ina ti chue chi dubni dun yoba chi matoge tene chache mungu chena pemba yomari mize di chola re songre yeah, tene chache mama chola dil se ata this tikas lapshana.
This human life is fleeting as a dream. So this human life is like a dream in that it's extremely short, it's fleeting, it passes by extremely quickly. I'm 61 years old. From one point of view, that's quite old, like I've had quite a long life. But from my perspective, like the years have passed by just so fast. It really is just like a dream, just like last night's dream. The life passes by very fast, just as Dudjom says here. This human life is fleeting as a dream, as last night's dream. Whether it's happy or sad, it is past, it's gone, it's transient. So that being the case, since life is fleeting and transient as a dream, don't fill it with actions and desires. Don't fill this fleeting, this fleeting human life with worldly actions and worldly designs, with pursuits and plans with mundane pursuits and plans like business, or it might be you're trying to accumulate lots of wealth, or engaging in politics, or whatever it might be. None of those pursuits are going to bring any meaning, any benefit. They have no real significance. You might, pursue business and become very wealthy or attain some status of power and influence and so on. But it's just like, even if you do, it's not going to last. And just like Nyingpo says, to paraphrase, he said, all of these worldly actions, they never bring fulfillment. In the end, they just leave you kind of fed up and worn out. They don't bring any lasting, significant fulfillment at all. So this being the case, focus all of your efforts on the Dharma, all of your efforts and energy on the practice of the Dharma which is going to bring benefit for all one's future lives. So instead of being caught up in work and pursuits for this life, many of you, I know you're very caught up in different types of work and projects and this and that, but really none of that is meaningful at all, none of it has any real significance. So turn your focus instead, just like Dudjom Lingpa advises us here, turn your focus instead to the Dharma, that which is going to bring benefit, significant benefit for all of one's future lives. It's just like Buddha said, there's no happiness to be found in samsara, just like there's no sweet scent to be found in shit. So these are the words of Dudjom Lingpa. This life is fleeting as a dream, therefore don't fill it with actions and designs. Focus on the Dharma.
Oh yeah, tene londi dupa samre la se yuche mache se tartu songre te indu kan tangi chi dupa matu ke pardu ngaran so lochi dupa jabe loni dupa jabe nga nyima chi la chuzu kazo ine chi practice chi go yesne tende ki chi khatang da tsek ne shiu chi yu chen bo ta shiu che chayab do chi yo mari songre o londi dupa samre la se lochi ki tene losum dawasum tene lochi ki tende ki dupa che jala shiu ga che sha yin sene yu che bo ta tela chi ngaran so ine chi ngom ki do tene yo mari so yu che 마치 세트도 라브레 세트 드바냠 거래 송래 다 세트 드바냠 선 라브는 되는 거네 저바침부 가닥 체절론도 되글로스는 젤린도 교여래 된다 마존나 릉진 남바시 야 릉진 남바시스나 되니 다 춘잉고숨 땅 춘잉고숨 게되네 다 리바 춘잉고숨 냠 공필기 다 리바 세베베세다 말 남면 릉진다 저허 릉진다 차진 릉진다 룬도 릉진 남바시 고방라 마토게 파르도 tene chi lo dang da wala chi nyamlen che yin sine ti chi halle gyu do da halen do khaw chi kyo mare sore londi do ba samre la yu che ma che setra tu sata ge thak tong dun jum lung bu ji kerang sun din de kalwa sang bu Dzogpa chimpi namka dina jing tobi nekabna nganche lore tandawari re kinyamlin che sine kirang halile machi oya tine karabara ngaran zoge dina songa na jing chige chupu tanglate se tepa shisidwa chupu tanglate tapu shilate shipu tine chupu tanglate tapu tanglate tapu shilate se tine karaba tisongre chupu tanglate tapu chepu lupu chelate chepu tanglate tampu shilate shifu takamlate energy tepashi senche sonyo rota tinzo kansana chö chigin yapo jena nga chukpu shiwu jene chö chigo wasana gatuya chö myongre tende kala chupu tanglate nga sagyu mena me konkyu mena me chö jene ngi ngone jig ndigu tapa chigo wasam tangbo nya de sem gnang de la Intrinsic Nature Chöchewayin, Chöde Yabudu, Chupuk Tangla Days, Lupuk the Chöla Days, Tangwanga Chö Yabuchigo Samkite, Chö Chigo Samkite, Tambu, the Lupuk the Chöl, Narans Hites, the Lupuk the Chöl, Chupuk the Town, my church in the Chupujo, my church in the Zipujo, church and Anchevus and Majon Sare, in Chumandu, doing and Dubure, Tambu Louis put the Chöla, Chögu put the Tangla, Natangan Sagu Mename, Kongu Mename, what a Kitu Chilato in Chöyapujesha, Natingunige. Chöde chöde kang tangbu rang chigo mena yang wata sem nga tangbu chung na chung nga nguni ge chöde dubshago a sam chöde lupuk de tang te se tangbu de shila te se ta ta da ngi ta kali kali chang do tine nga nima ni sum ji tangbu che lo chik tangbu che tine nga yang chugu cha chugu de so chik chugu ga tin ma shi shi du tangbu che shago a sam tin de ge tine sam de tang ora se de shi pu de ta te se tangbu de ta lupuk de chöle de chugu de tangbu de shila te shi pu de ta te se tine shi sa de ta kang bu ji la shi go sam ge lo du de te su shi se ta de nga ran so ka dem bi te su shi se lupuk chöle de chugu tang de tangbu shila de shi pu ta dong de so ta ta re ta ti ti gom ju chu chu ta ti ti ta du ta khain na me da tonda ba ha kon dik de ti indi kan da kherang se gewa ha kon ka dum be ge ne nam tar lo gor tina yo tin taron tin chu ma stal ga tu ku sa la me shalung ta na ka dum bi te so shi se gen de ti mo te ti te wo ji che ne chue ji du ne tin Sangye ko bang rom bo che ngone jok ba chim bo chue shu ne shu wa na shi tuen cha gre o ta te indi kan la tham ji ge ten la jane ji lo ri re tan da wa ri ge chue ji ne shu ji ga che sha wa tin ra ma yin ba ge shishi parto rang tse de shi thoba sala masha ga parto chuddu go nya batera gore sen tande dunjung lung son re londi duba samre la yuche ma che setra tuk la shishi parto chudi che gore son
Don't boast about a few years or months of practice. So we shouldn't think oh, I'll just practice for a year, or I'll do like 2 years of practice, or I'll practice for this many hours a day, or even 3 years. You know, we shouldn't boast about that. You know, limited duration of practice, just 1 year or 3 years or what have you. We shouldn't boast about that or to be proud, or perhaps we could say be satisfied with that. Rather, we should keep practicing until the very end of life. So don't boast about a few years or months of practice, but instead keep practicing until the very end of your life, until the point of death. Just keep practicing. In that way then, by applying yourself your entire life until the moment of death, by applying yourself to the practice of treasure, primordial purity and total of spontaneous presence, then you can manifest the rainbow body, or at least attain one of the 4 Vidyadhara levels, the Vidyadhara of ripening, the Vidyadhara of long life, the Vidyadhara of the Great Seal, or the spontaneously accomplished Vidyadhara, one of those levels of accomplishment. So Dudjom Lingpa is advising us here, he's saying, now that you've obtained this precious human body that is so difficult to obtain, now that you have this extremely fortunate, valuable situation, you've come into contact with the teachings of the Great Perfection, and you have this opportunity. Don't simply, don't limit yourself to just a few months or years of practice, and don't boast about that, but instead just dedicate your whole life from now until your last breath. So it's like the Kadampa teaching of the 4 entrustments. First, it's taught that first of all one should entrust one's mind to the Dharma. So kind of just focus or entrust one's whole being to the Dharma. And then it said one should entrust the Dharma. Entrust maybe is not the best word, but anyway, entrust the Dharma or direct the Dharma to poverty. This means that we shouldn't think, oh, I'll practice the Dharma when I'm sort of wealthy and comfortable. We should be prepared to practice and keep on practicing no matter what our material situation is. It's not to say that you have to be poor in order to practice. It's that you need to be prepared to be poor. You need to be prepared to undergo hardships. You need to be committed to the point where you think, it doesn't matter what my situation is, whether I'm comfortable or wealthy or destitute. You're just totally committed to practicing. So you entrust your mind to the Dharma, then you entrust your Dharma to poverty, and then you entrust your poverty to death, meaning that you are committed to just keep on practicing, focusing wholeheartedly on the Dharma until your last breath. You commit until death. And then fourth, you focus your death on mountain solitude, meaning you aspire to die in a mountain solitude. So these are the four, just briefly, the four entrustments, for lack of a better word, of the Kadampas. You can read about those in more detail, learn about them in more detail from the life stories of the Kadampa masters, or in the words of my perfect teacher. So, in this way, we don't boast about a few years and months of practice, but instead we keep practicing until the very end of life. If we practice like this, then we will be able to reach enlightenment, and we have a chance of reaching enlightenment, and our encountering and receiving the great perfection teachings will become meaningful, will become significant. So these are the words of Dudjom Lingpa himself. Don't boast about a few years or months of practice, but keep practicing until the very end of your life. In short, this means we need to keep on practicing until our last breath.
Yeah, ta ti jela imba dun se do ta. Imba dun se gen ti kangar san tan ti imba dun de yo sang pan chu tini une ge zokpa chimbu ge nan jor yang ta ba je cha gare sa ta imba dun de dine ma na re se ge to chetan drupa nyam che na ke u rap ki chepa yin chepa yang ta ba imba chi gyalwi se yang ta ba imba ni tene nan jor yang ta ba imba ta sum rikpan zimba yang yin ta ba ta shi ya chatang yang ta ba imba ta nga ya te indi kan la richo yang ta ba imba ta tu jiktin chöget bangane tene karabar samba yang ta ba imba ta dun se ta imba dun se do ta di imba dun se gen ti nang de la ngone tawa go ba che pa tham che de ti nang la du de ba tene chilap chimbo kam ma se do o te indi kan ta nga zo tham che chwa nam ta de che ne chö yang ta ba je du sam na di dun di nang la imba dun se la tene dembar kyo so na tene tusum gelbi tung so bin se ta ti imba dun da ten so na ne te tusum ki gelwa zo be san ki nam ge gi tene tu ke se na da ta ngone ge nan jur yang ta ba ji yin se so na ta di imba dun di nga zo la dengi du da min du che do ni su so na zo ba chim bo nyam len che gen se gen so gen di dun da nga ran zo nyam len chi tup sa re da ma re ti la sam lo ya bu tang na chi do ko ju chi re do te ti ndu kang la ta tring imba dun na tang bu kang de se na chetan drupa nyam chen na kyu rap ki chepa yin se ta tang bo ta go ba chepa shi de kan chepa de ngwa la she do ta chetan drupa yin ngone ge zokpa chim bo chue ji tengi ge lama chen a tu rang la nyam su len de ge lo chen a yu zokpa chim bo chue de a top ti sum de chang wa yin na te chetan drupa nyam chen na ti sum de chue de top ne de chetan drupa nyam to ba ji ma chong wa yin na kyu rap ki chepa yin sa sum rang ge chue chi de ba ya tene laman jalba chetan chepa ya tisum chongso na tene cheta tisum dembi go ne tene cheta drupa nyam che na kiu rab ki chepa yin seta kiu rab ki chepa sekendi ngaran su ge ta linga isum ki chepa ti na na ta na chidang ge tawa gomba chepa sen zoba chimbol tawa gomba chepa se ki ji yo mare ngone che na zoba chimbol la tawa gomba chepa yo mare de ana tawa gomba chepa men dur tawa ton gomba chepa kan sin she bare se na Siri zopa shimbo shikorang ngola tawa da goba choba yo mara. Chuying zo na tawa tarme, gomba gomdo me, choba chome, dugu do me, salam do me, nilu to do me, ongla kor me, tamsik sung do me, sa me kora, chuyanga tambe sung shato. Di kaal se pancho, shikorang ngola tawa da goba choba se yegu mere zopa shimbo rikpa tikli nyakchi ngola. Rikpa tikli nyakchi ngola tawa gomba choba yegu yo mara. Ana tawa gomba choba kansi yegu yo re salam na. 다 람런 죽비 강상 남라 따와도 곰바 마지는 냠니 지된 요 말에 따와 컨트리적으로 쩌바 컨트리적으로 곰바 컨트리적으로 때 렘바신도 제비 그디고니 때 냠린 시기게 람런 죽비 강상을 ngola 따와도 곰바 쩌바 셔고 요 디인디 강라 다 당부 쩌바 되셔 바래 뭐 예된 당부 쩌바 되셔도 강라 세단 쩌바 냠제나 겨우랍기 쩌바인 손다 세단 쩌바 냠네 쩌바 신부 냠린 다 지당 냠린레 망부진 거래 파롤 신부 두기 냠네 요래 오야드니 다 kebirimbi nyamle yore zorim gi nyamle yore tumu gi nyamle yore tsalung gi nyamle ta nyamle la pe mege che nang ranglu tapde shelu tap nyamlu la tanga khorang jamna gyapra mongbo chi chak yore ta tinzu thamji se mare tandan di nyamle di ta so tekchur gi nyamle ya ko chi chi gyutela ngone tene karpara nyamle che batela chi gyu jong so na chi gyu dubna te ke urap gi che ba yen song ti tangbo yimba chik che ba che ba.
So now we come to the seven qualities. Seven qualities that are listed in the next.
Yimba dun.
So actually, I've translated this as seven qualities, but it's more like seven, sort of being seven things. So these are the next seven pairs of lines. So first of all, the conduct of the best type of person. Then we have being the Buddha's heir, then the practice, and so on, being a renunciate, a mountain, a hermitage, a retreat, and so on. These 7 points, which are explained in the following lines. So, if we have all of these 7, I'll just say qualities for lack of another way of putting it, if we have all of these 7 things, then we can become a genuine practitioner of the great perfection. Within these 7 points, all of the view, meditation, and conduct are contained in their entirety. So these 7 points really contain a lot of blessings. If we want to practice properly, authentically, then we need to have all of these 7 points or qualities genuinely. And if we do, then as the text says, when you possess these 7, then you are a successor of the Buddha's past, present, and future. So the point is we need to look at these 7 and ask ourselves, well, do I have these or not? Am I able to foster these qualities or not? The first is to practice for as long as you live is the conduct of the best type of person. So to practice for as long as you live, to commit your entire life to practice. So if you want to practice, you have the wish to practice, on top of that you meet a teacher, and on top of that you receive teachings. If you have these 3 factors, and then you apply, with these 3 factors, you then apply yourself, you commit your whole life to practice. So that is the conduct of the best type of person. That's the best type of conduct. In actual fact, the great perfection is beyond view, meditation, and conduct. Great perfection is beyond view, meditation, and conduct. Why then, you might say, well, why then is conduct taught here? Well, when we say the great perfection is beyond view, meditation, and conduct, we mean that, so in the ground, the basic ground, the natural state of things, the single bindu of natural awareness, there are no distinctions of view, meditation, conduct, and so on and so forth. No such distinctions or divisions are present. That being nevertheless, from the perspective of a practitioner wanting to engage in the great perfection, these different divisions and points need to be presented. Otherwise, a practitioner won't know how to actually go about practicing. So, but yeah, for the practitioner's sake, then we have a presentation of view, meditation, conduct, and so on. And that being the case, then we have the first of these 7 points to practice for as long as you live is the conduct of the best type of person. So we're talking about conduct here from among view, meditation, conduct, and so on. Conduct is presented here first. When we're talking about conduct, we could also, we're talking about like the different types of practices that one engages in. So there are so many different types of Dharma practices, right? Generation stage, completion stage, the completion stage of the subtle winds and essences, and so on and so forth. Just countless different types of practices. But here we're talking primarily about the practice of treasure, cutting through a primordial purity. So this is about the conduct.
Yeah, tini Kyurab ki chapayin slavacha Kyurab ki chapayin tini ngogo yogyu mebaro sa tamtum tuna gyase se ta tamsik la ngogo se lama da wina dunla chik tamsik yo dondo ra yabla tamsik me dondo tinde china lama la khatanga de tamsik ngogo me pa ye se ke te we ke tini lama la ina re tini so ina che choto ina re tamsik la ngogo me pa ko re se ngola yakpo yo gen yabla me de tinde me pa tini yogyu se ner yo se de kana rang la chik yonten chik me na ya yo dondo ke yo dang ya tini karabara rangla yuntin yobati me dodo yo da shenla ngokor gyuki gyu sere yo gyu sekinde yo da gyuni de tos so so yer marta so gyu se milan gogor tang gyu tela yo gyu sere ye gyu den rangla yuntin me pala yundo ke yo dang shenla ngokor gyuki tonda la tini gyu chige sen yo gyu slabre te ngogo yo gyu me paro sa ta ngotan gyab ge me ga tamtum tuna gyalsin sa rang chawi la mala tamsik che choro la tamsik tamche te dun da gyab ni me pa khago me pa ji sung gyuti te gyalwa se tan chewa nam ji ge tene gyase nam ji ge tene lalen se nan da yimba dun na na tene tamtum tuna gyalse yin se gyalwi se yimba ta ta ge gi ni chewa na shin che ge tene choba yimba ta gyalwi se yimba se na na gyalwi ki tuke se re se re tini de gyalwi domba yagwa sona sangye ki se tani kepar me pa re song re tini di kana ta tamzik di ke chenpo yinpa song re tamdum chung na gyal se yin se ya
If without hypocrisy and without deceit you guard the vows and samayas, you are the Buddha's heir. So when we say hypocrisy, we mean pretending to sort of being one thing in the presence of one's guru and Vajra siblings, and then being something other when they're not around. Being one thing when you're in the presence of the guru, but then criticizing the guru behind their back, being inconsistent and insincere. This is what we mean by hypocrisy. Deceit means to pretend you have certain qualities when you don't, to deceive others. Simply speaking, that's what we mean here by deceit, to pretend to be something you're not, and to mislead others or deceive others. So if without hypocrisy and without deceit you guard the vows and the samayas, the sacred commitments, with regards to your gurus and your Vajra siblings. If you maintain those vows and samayas properly, then you are the Buddha's heir. You're the heir or child of the Buddhas, child or heir of the heart of the Buddhas. What's being said here is that if you guard your vows and samayas correctly, then you're no different from the son or daughter of the Buddha. So, this is emphasizing the importance of guarding the vows and samayas.
Ya, ta nega chenpo jiga lesson del kansa tongi tawa rinpoche parme gomna nanjori yin rikpa charme lodi ngang rangkar do na ringzi yin chopa mida mitun pa rangsar dukwa chatang yin se ta di tine tawa gomba chopa tang del ne song shatu di indi kanga tan di tawa Kandere Gomba Kangre, Chodpa Kangre, Senatine Mason Yadu, Tendi, Tony Tawa Rinpoche, Parmecom Nanjori in Slavre. Tadi Tony Segi, the Dotsini Tewan, Shebeke Tony, se Tongyang, the Utilisegi merit, Antihan. Di Tony Segi, Tony Chugulo Kogore. Naya, Tene Patu Rinpoche Sondo, Tony Chugu Shechawa, Lama to Tamjiki, Tudam. Dudjom Sangye Tamjiki Gomba, Yitam Tamjiki Trosa, Kandro Tamjiki Nyingpo, ya Tene Chojong Tamjiki Tene, Dokit Menga Tamjiki Nyingpo, Sangaringa Sungake Yangchut, Chaso Usum Chik to Tilwa, Tatila Pedi Tony Chukutela Shioji Gashimutine Patrumbuche, Dravananto, Tindi Re, Tati in the Kang, that Duzu Tamji Tusa the Council, Taging as a Kong the Shiva Nekaso, Shiki Devarchik winning with Ranjungi Yeshe Tela, the name. Yeshe Tamji Tamji Yonsu of Sang the Yore, or ya did some weekends in Latin, the Lama Tamji to them there. Tony Chuku secondary, ya te in the Dusum Galva Tamji Gomba, Chuku Zobachimudilla to the Yore, Kandro Tamji Tosatia, Intatia, Zobachimudilla to Yore, Chojong Tamji Tene Tiantine, Zobachim Yamlin, Chojong La Sorgan down Mogo, Koransing Gitine, Narazoina, Soma Tamji, Koron Gut in the radio. Sangaringa Tamjiki, young Chus, Nyambata, Dang, Hong, Shi, Pepe, Lamogoa. On to watching report chicken la dead and not Tamjia, dinner reporting on the Yatsandere. Chagachimbo, Umachimbo, Zobachimbos, and Sordu Goma, or report chick to the gom, the tilling of Chilla Gon de Gala, Tamjia, Tine, Chaket Chazo, Usum Tamjia, Teletin, Dudur, Stop, Padrum, Peg, Yavasuya, and this Tamjia dealt another. The Taraga huge Mangus Godos, Tin to contact, then do Tamji get to under the council or Sevanjo. Requachi Kusumking over the time, the Chukut, the Tombanilla, Dudu, the Tony Tower and Butches and Chukure, the Tony Chuku, Checha, taking as a Narongi Lungzi time, but Lungzi Kanta. Oh, yeah, I repented the Pema Ongi Yaluki, the Semki Chungi Zopachimbo knees. Report Tongsilking Ola, Slavade, the Tongsels, did the Tongpas again a day, Tony Chuku Checha, Tampi Digdua. Oh, ya the Sarvati Jochimare, Tony Tower Buchi, second Titan, Padru Buchi, Tony Chuku Checha, second Telata, Lama Yetam Kanto, Tusum Tantam, Jigit, reporting all Sunday, said the Padru Buchi, did the chick. Taking a lungi kanta is na Sajapan Kangaran Sugetine, repented the Pema Ongi, Dosum Tine, Passam Yama, the concert Dosum Latini, Ngaransuge, Milling Lochingi, Derva Passam Yaman, Kansung Charesevanjo, Sem Gitching, Zopa Chimboni, the Zopa Chimbos, and Sem Gitching, Zopa Chimbos. The country is in Asla, Sem Gitching, Zopa Chima, Rikpa Tongselking Ola, the Rikpasang around the Shepatisere, Tong taking, courting, and sorting the Rikpa, Naranzo, New Tosum, you can Shepasidua. Or Titan the Yomon big sem lesson. That dig in Yomon, Malibiki, some crongi in a chuniki semti, Tick. Oh, yeah, the Kama, that is Semgi Chuni, Zopachimbo ni, Rikpa Tongselking, Ola, Slavre. Good than Yeshiki, Yundin, Nimatan, Sershinto, or Dundrel Mepe, Selator, Tene and Dundrel Mepana, Zopachimbo, Song, or that day, this one the chick the Dixon. Tatanda there, Padrum Sonjo, Dixon, get a year, Rikpa Tongsel, Ola, Kudan, Rikpa Tongsel, singing the Kudan, and then Sangye, Lover. Tanturia, Tony Chu, Sechawat, and Tilla, Lama Yetam Kandrotini, Dong, Judejas, Tamjit, Chagachimbo, Umachibo, Zopachimbo, the Chevi, and Yamlentam, Tilla Dure, Sonre. Tataturia, Tony Tower, Rinpoche, Secretary, Tilt in the Koramatoge. Yang di Tony se te kang chitang ke tong ba nye che ngaran so ne tong ba de ta nam ka tong ba de ta pem dong de ji ta o ya te me ka tong yang cham chi da tin de chel ko so na te zo ba chi bu de gum ju lo do re di go ba zo ba chi bu ke tong yi de re ge ma re di Tony se ke ne chu ku lo ko chu ku di ye ne tre ba tan tel be ran shin o ya te ne rang ngo de ne ta yang chu ku de la ni yo re ta te ke mo gu ji ma shin na min di de wo de shin na Jigden Pomada Mancha, Rejita, Duroyang, Campo Lopin, Juta Shukde, Timena and the Mancha, Tinder Madame Gulamna, Gonaro, Chasing Road, Chitang Chukuli near, Chukuli nears and Chukus and Doigi Chukus and Titumba Trebadan Tervitan, Tony, Trebadan Travatilla Chukus, a Chixigo. 직 추구 세게가 조바치비 값을 추구 세고 디 추구도 추구 띵설 세그래 나랑서 라마 장고 나서다 모든네 맞게 뚜들게 실로 가다 띵서 주는 분구를 추구라마 이 도르제데 켜놓서다 디 추구라마시도 오디 추구 띵설게 추구 세고 디인도 강라 똥바 똥장 마인바 쩌빠단 들어와서 쩌또 들어와 인신 쩌들 니르지 걸어봐라 티레 라샤 판자 찌찌가 되나 나와 파르지 바게 고당 이시기 된 파르디 집에 똥바 똥장 sakro tinda maimba chuku tingsal se tongba ni toba toba imba gansigla rigbi ge sachade yore so ti kaman donga ni gi chugul khebarde shapsone doi gi chuguti be ji total khorong la ji shen de chesone ji tongjang de wajigla tangarang ya yegi gon ma ta gi ne ti de chadore ta chuku tingsal second ganso sa nga ke lami gi gunang la chuku tingsal ti nang ni ang gyur nyingmi gi shun na la 디간 군진 지미링비 연된 저당 가랑소 군진 lonchen ramjamki 추인 저저나 추구 띵설 세긴 저래 추구 띵설 세긴티 랑중 거리 받으래다 고대오시나 랑중 거리 봐오 따틸 거래 똥이 따와 림보체 세긴다 따틸라 탐지 구수 따 탐지 연된 탐지데 딜라 파라양 델와 현지 갸게나 ngootongba chuku ranshinsarwa longu tujikun tulku sken kusumtiya chukutel sangdevare longu da tulku mi charchi de chukure chukul tine longu tine tulku chungore te tinde kala ti chuku tongba nitela kogore tongni tawar mboche se tandi tongni chuku ketine rimboche sa da rimboche se te pe sa chimbosere pe me ketine ngaranchona 단당상 안조 탐질라 림보체 다 라마 림보체 켐보 림보체 tulku 림보체 탐질 림보체 서다 나는 힘을 림보체서 뇽뇽 마오 마 단당상 림보체 데 망타네 어야들 림보체 세게 됐더니 다빼 미게 되네 나랑서나 자첨보 꼼보 땅 땡가랑서 귤라마 소나야 건적 린첸 세르티네 건적 숨데 림보체 세밍 다요 저 빼 미게 민첨보다 난 탐지 마마마 라마 세게 빼체 센죠 라마 세게인데 te migi ta ngaranzo gindru sanwa nyingpo san lama segenti lame mebang lama kur sanga tang shakya gyumi chisa lama segenti pese ta dangsan chawa thamjila lama sa takshara ta ti chi lama ko marma kosa chane rinpoche segenti kode pe migi thombuchi ta tiga rinpoche ko marma nganzo sala rinpoche sa takshara ta chi tontak megente chwe tuyo re te indi kang sikdiya pechwe di shesa mangbu che te lasa sa kila ina chik sakirisa te kila sakirisa ta tinda chi chwe sone chi la lolo mangbu labki mang song tuyo kang la oya te tinda chi chadura ta rinpoche tang ngaranzo ko kansasana dizoso 야, 다 tinda 깨져도 dire chadura tinda kang ta tinda je mato ke rinpoche se to shindu komba tang pe migi tine chi yonting gyachimbu yobala rinpoche se war 똥이 따와 rinpoche se ta 똥이 shugu ge 따와 rinpoche tine parmi gomna nanjuri yin la ta tagi yegi gongdongi shechayin digi chegi shidawoji tagi ngone shagware rangjung ge rikpa tigli nyakchi yin la kudang ishi ge yonden tamchi yore se titan hakorma dangsa gom dina gyamte gomi la ya namtok kegi dominduk te tia gomi la tiluda to boldo telani ta tia gomda re di gomari se gyuta gomari di shine jam sem nepa tamjerma tel habong ge cha yo mare 진짜 곰데 치를 못 읽발아 요래 곰 약기티 딜에 가서 지방이 저 곰슬랍도 대인디 강란디 나란 속에 곰딜라 지방이 저 곰스게 이제 당 이따기 곰숨라빈 대인디 강라 더럽지비 곰당 진짜고 게비티 땡인진 남바 숨쉬기 요래 디스게 나시 딘데 곰 말에 디 타깅이라 곰스게 자 당보 랑기 리비기 ngola 고당 이시기 연된 유여버디 하고 다 유여버디 하고서는 온도 가르겨 거다 yoba hakono ngodu gyurgor pena saola petrol yoina petrol ina diesel ina jeksa je yore hako in tangbuti hako yut keje gore hako sewe jesu ti tongyu tabri goro tulje kande gor ta misin kande gore dil saola chu kazu num kazu judo di tongyu le pesha kazu jo dosare di dil kazu jiga meter kazu ko do tani ko ni num dong do tangaran arab sal num mo te ngazo tong de danza oya te tinde petina sinjege 당부고 다 이시기 연된데 곰제게 저거 전부 곰네 꾸디 이시기 연데 다다 나랑 저기 릭파til라 유바티 탁셔봐 하고가지 고고요리 오에 뒤 옆에 하고서 띵문도 집이 탑대가 곰 세겐데 곰들 딱 곰도 망고에 깨림 세겐 조림 세겐 천지 천매 세겐데 보다 딱 깨림을 남바 망보다 조림을 남고 랑류 탑된 셴류 탑된 다시 망보지 요리야 다자 장가 잡나 잡주스 메팅인데 보트네 망보 곰교요리 딱 딘나는 가랑서 저거 집이 곰규티 가라서나 가다 터지도 흔도 토갈서 딘이 그리 거야 문디 셰규인 쓰고요 다티 망소야 안지 규티로 댕이야 되어는 지금 경고 주도기래.
So now we come to some very important points, the following three sets of lines. To train in the precious view of emptiness without interruption is the practice. When you let be without fabrication and construct-free rigpa, the carefree state you are vidyadhara. To not modify your behavior for others, but hold your ground is to be a renunciant. So these three sets of lines present us with the view, the meditation, and the conduct. So let's look at the first two lines, which present the view. To train in the precious view of emptiness. Here, when in this context, emptiness, this word emptiness, does not refer to the so-called emptiness as understood in the vehicle of characteristics, where emptiness is understood as a mere lack or a mere void, just a completely empty state. Rather, emptiness here is referring to the Dharmakaya. So it's important that we understand this, what's meant by emptiness in this context. So emptiness here is referring to the Dharmakaya. This was explained in a lot of detail and very lucidly by Patrul Rinpoche when he talks about Dharmakaya emptiness. He explains that emptiness refers to the Dharmakaya. Emptiness is the Dharmakaya. And to paraphrase what Patrul Rinpoche says, he explains that emptiness, that is Dharmakaya, it embodies or is the wisdom state of all of the Buddhas of the three times, past, present, and future. It contains all of the Guru, the essence of the Guru, Yidam, and Dakini. It says it's the heart blood of the Dakinis. It's the essence of all mantras. Like in Vajrayana, we have a lot of different mantras, right, that are chanted. So this is the Dharmakaya emptiness is the essence of all of these mantras. Likewise, all of the heart of the Madhyamika, the middle way, Mahamudra, great perfection, all of that is contained within Dharmakaya emptiness, and so on. He gives a detailed and very lucid explanation of what's meant by this. In short, here, like I've said, emptiness is referring to the Dharmakaya, which is referring to Sugata Garbha, the basic Buddha nature, natural awareness, self-arisen rigpa. It's all contained in this. So, when it said here the precious view of emptiness, we're talking about natural awareness, the Dharmakaya of natural awareness. This is the meaning of emptiness here. Earlier this morning I quoted Ngari Pension's, I quoted Ngari Pension's, some lines from Ngari Pension's treatise on the three vows, and Loshin Damashi's commentary on that, where it said that the intrinsic nature of mind is the great perfection, the essence of empty and luminous natural awareness, in which all of the enlightened qualities of the kayas and wisdoms are naturally present, like the sun and its light rays. So this natural awareness, this empty and luminous natural awareness at present is distorted in the form of the afflictions, but its intrinsic nature, the intrinsic nature of mind or awareness, is the great perfection in which all of the enlightened kayas and wisdoms are naturally present, just like the sun and its light rays. This is what we're talking about when we say emptiness here. So we need to be clear about this and to to understand emptiness in this context as the term is used in the Great Perfection context. So we're not, when we say emptiness here, just to reiterate, we're not referring to emptiness as it's explained at the level of the vehicle of characteristics, the Sutra teachings. We're talking about the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya itself actually can be understood in two different ways. Dharmakaya essentially means primordial freedom from constructs. Primordial freedom from constructs or extremes. But this Dharmakaya can be understood according to the Sutra teachings and then according to the teachings of the Great Perfection, or the Vajrayana, and specifically the Great Perfection. So at the level of the Sutra teachings, Dharmakaya refers to the construct-free state, meaning being beyond constructs, beyond concepts. In at the level of Great Perfection, however, the Dharmakaya means, it refers to inner luminosity. There's a term, inner luminosity. So this is not referring just to freedom from concepts, constructs and extremes, not referring to just merely an empty state, mere emptiness, but also to the natural luminosity of awareness. So this is a difference, significant difference between the understanding of the Dharmakaya in the Sutra and Tantric, and especially Great Perfection context. In Jigme Lingpa's Treasury of Precious Qualities, and also in the Treasury of Dhammadhatu, we find teachings on, or mention of the Dharmakaya of inner luminosity, which essentially is referring to self-arisen awareness, natural awareness. So this is what we're talking about, or what's being talked about here when Dudjom Lingpa says, the precious view of emptiness, train in the precious view of emptiness. We could also explain emptiness here is referring to the empty essence, Dharmakaya, the luminous nature, Sambhogakaya, and the compassionate capacity, Namanakaya. So the empty essence of Dharmakaya, from which arises the luminous nature, Sambhogakaya, from which arises or manifests the compassionate capacity, Namanakaya. This view of emptiness is said to be precious, so meaning valuable, rare. These days, the Tibetan for this word is Rinpoche, so Rinpoche meaning precious in English. These days, the title Rinpoche is kind of used here, there, and everywhere. In the past, actually, only very few people were addressed as Rinpoche, but these days the term is just being used much more commonly. The word, it really does convey the sense of something extremely rare, of extraordinary value, something that contains extraordinary qualities. For instance, the three jewels of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha are described as being precious, are described with this same word. Similarly, the word Lama or Guru, these days this word is kind of used quite lightly, but actually if we think about the meaning of the word Lama, like in the Guyagaba Tantra, it said, do not abandon the Guru, respect the Guru, and so on. And the word Lama or Guru is understood, explained to actually, it's a very heavy, significant word. But these days it's like, out of respect, with the use of honorific language, then any monk is just referred to as Lama, it's like as a gesture of respect. But then actually, in a sense, the gravity of that word is lost to them. It's a bit like in Hasa, where people use a lot of honorific language. People even address dogs with like an honorific form, like Kila instead of dog. It's like Dogla. It's like, a bit over the top maybe. So then the meaning, the gravity of these words gets lost. So to train in the precious view of emptiness without interruption is the practice. This is the practice, or this is the meditation. Like I had mentioned earlier this morning, when it comes to meditation, a lot of people just think, to meditate means to just sit in so-called meditation posture and just sit still and observe one's thoughts, or like cultivate mindfulness or something like that. But that's certainly not the type of meditation practice we're talking about here in the context of the Great Perfection. I mentioned 3 different types of meditation that we can talk about, right, this morning. First of all, the first of which was the meditation of non-Buddhists, so ordinary meditation. So that's not what we're talking about here. Here we're talking about, we're talking in the context of the Great Perfection. So when it comes to the practice of the Great Perfection, the first thing we need to do is to really recognize, ascertain, come to know, or identify natural awareness, Rigpa. This Rigpa of natural awareness, which is endowed with all of the qualities of the Kayas and wisdoms, and to understand that this is present within one's own mind, within one's own nature. We need to really ascertain and identify that, and then we can work on manifesting that. So it's not enough just to identify that, just to recognize that fact. We then need to manifest Rigpa, natural awareness, from within ourselves. It's a bit like you can say you identify that there is diesel or some kind of fuel in the earth, right? Like in the deep in the earth. You then need to work out a way to extract that fuel, right? Like drilling down and making some sorts of machines and technology to drill down through the strata, earth strata, to extract the fuel and so on and so forth. So likewise, we need to recognize or come to understand that we possess this natural awareness, replete with all enlightened qualities, and then we need to practice in order to manifest that, to actually actualize that. So in terms of meditation, like I've said, there are so many different types of meditation or practices: generation stage, completion stage using one's own body, using another's body, and so on and so forth. Here, though, the meditation practice that we're talking about is the Great Perfection meditation practices of the treasure of primordial purity and turgle of spontaneous presence.
Yeah. Ta toni tawa rinpoche parme gomna nanjuri yin labra ta toni chukuti ngondo chiwi tapsheti kar gom yagyo tere. Te gom yagyo segende kandu irese pancho ta toni chukuti tagi gondo shiwa nanshin ki rangjung rikpa la yonden yonsu zoba changde ba. Ti ngondo chiwi tapdi yakshu de kangarsana rikpa mashu pa shakyo tere. Parme gomna nanjuri yin rikpa charme lodi ngang rangkar du na ringzi yin labra. Rikpa charme se de kan chache lesung thamche de tewe lo cheba thamche de tewe ngang de gyuti tine ta gomdi yakshu ti yin labra ngang so lama gyangpo nang ma ju rikpa rangbap khayin to lope teme kansha rangro chinlab de tosong rikpa rangbap so mara shakyo ti te tile yaga pena chuji nang ji la tine lakba mabu tukchen chungyo to chungyo song da chugi ting de nyegi mare pe te da shin ji gi sem de nyo song ba chu sem gi tangse de thong go mare sem gi tangse ma song ma te ngarang so rikpa nyegi mare tin da gyunjin karasana sem di para ngoni gi tine ngarang so ge namtok gi tangse de ma thong go namtok tham ji da salsina salgi jo mo korong nang tang ro gore ma ju rikpa rang ba khayin de teme kansha rang ro chilab to jong se ge de kana rikpa korong sem ge shakta de ma chu pa ngala sha pen nang ngarang so shabkar churu rang ro ge ten tawa khading sholab nang kang so sna cherge tela chamgi shatang shi song do namto ti ke on de kang tangbo rigbi ngal de kang namto ji ke wa ina namto ke wa de la namto ki gi do hako de kang ti thola mara le shashana te chugi ting de mara namto de yal ro gre so de oti segende ta gozoba chibo gomdang de yakshu te da ji hla gomju sig dang khato ibla so ba gomju de mare di gomin ne kapso tin ra mare do singi te pala nyepa ngapang duje ge sen yore nyepa ngapang se lelo tan me dango chime de ji nga ni ba te pang che segen nyepa nga dang duje ge segen yore duje ge segen te ngaran so ge tine semni gi duje ge sen yore te ndu kala dumba chorwa shinchang ta temba shinchang tangyum tangne duje get sen ne ta tingin jeng gom tang omba jona da tezona tingin jeng gom ge tab ge kyong nga de pang yonten ge de nyempu ge de ten tene sem gin chuk pa gu skin jor jotan gin chok len to chong ngerchok du shin na burje sem ne pa tab gu o sen tab gu skin ta nga ran so chang ban jo so da tene ta di so da ngoba kun du so da ye tene ta da nga ran so gen tin na la do di gen so da te so na wa ti pe sal wo ge wo mo song ya ta ti lam na ti khorong na nga so chudo ni sum zo do re ti ndi ta tin so tam je shine ge bi tab re ya go re ti ya bu ma re se ge wo ma mar ngaranzo gomdinda gyab semchigla tene pene yigid adawji nanda yana tigli dawji nanda ku dawji semteni tel gompite gomti tingin zikibigi tabjigre yaboreti dukjare sigiyo mar yaborete nte gomwishi mar ndi gomkekyu ge tabsamjere shini dubjuk ta til dubna tindachini semchigla ne dene pene yigi adawji da kudawo jigla sem te tintek namtok thamji ke majo namtok ka ya namtok dini ke majo dini chigla ta inji ke jina focus to chen chik de tenda park je sem gi niban zone sem gi ke nipa do je a chane shini dub do yor ti shini di yar ya shini chejik se yar dub do yor te tinda dum onde kala te sem khorang gi niba ngoshi do she gi yor de chik juntul da chungma ten gi yor de tinda ya chag yor 오야 티차가 티셈 긴 니바데 카시 티네 직 배드 곰시오 잡네 지금 치를 못 이고서 축강서 남칼 파르네 데도서 기tin다 연구 오시시 규서게 연구하래 지금 매직다 어떤 게 tin다 연구하래 tin다 연구하래 티 있네 티 저거시고 람 말에 티 타르와 톱시게 람 말에 니 가르스나 셈기 니비기 짤sam지게 고니 tindige shinigi tine ngaranso ge tine nipasamjire madogi hlatung mare tige tine tharwa thopgu mare tige tharwa thopgu mare tharwa samya matumna da zoba chimpu ko bang da thopgele kawa yo mare inde da tinzo yang tine ngaranso ge tine gomni kali jene tine zoba chimpu la yala doji ge thamke do da yagi ji tige tablam do ji jena digre madogi ti khorong ngushi in samdina de lam chulware de ta tanda ngaranso lam mangbuji kari samgutsan yama ngaranso 남가 경종을 루설 아테스 검교디 배유기 루설에도 맛이 되는 당가랑데 군진심을 송전남도 아테스게 당원이 쇼기 조바심을 책주 막은 이게 아직 뒤 이게 지금 도지도 이 가루지 뒤나 어때 나쁘지는 때때 아들라 나와치 그런 아테스 때 검거래 샘 야르마 드로마지 티 아텔 때 야르나 마르셈 코트니 니셔 마치 트로마 타타네 레로 메바체 때네 레로 타네 담가체 스타 칼레 가고 우수자 나 담가 마제와지나 아티 코나 라셈 마독셈 셴달 카왈런 드로마죠 펜나가랑손 드로바 속에 단데 드로바 얘기 말이야 냐망아서 드로바스네 신디 룩속으로 룩속도 룩 야르 드로마죠 마르 드로마죠 티니 사여서 카와젤 틸티 kil샤샤로 룩시세 룩이즈 속에 사자제 룩시 티나시 남토도 야르 드로마죠 마르 드로마죠 카 아크롱 라 포커스인 틴데치는 다와시 그들은 아르테스 검겨 티 아르테데 검세베지서 티니 지 토컬 택주서 검 또서 약보여래서 이들이 지금 아주 룩스되죠. 티 아데 검규티야 티 지금 온도되지래 뭐 등의식 가게 말해. 뭐 띠인데 가라. 다 단단 알아서 민방부지게 검데 간데식도 딘득이 단단 알아서 투몽기 신이 좀 검규들라. 티지기 차진도 조신도 저래 도도 저네 딘데 랍데긴도 바로 쪽이 미야 티지기 딜라 검색인 탐지에 티지기 셈내규 지구지래도 삼겨 셈내규 되네 지구지 검이나 때때 저바침보다 나란서 되는 타말기 신이 저 에치과래로 봐대 딘다 저와이네 말에 나란서게 저바침보 검색인 때때네 리파코롱 꾸숨기 연대에 봐다 하고거래 리파라테네 리파 ngotonba chu구임바 랑신사바 롱구임바 두주군 뚫구임바 따다 이 공도 롱망부 장사라서 딘데임바 하고 디 시기 연대데 하고이 그 토니 어때니 시릭바 온도 제베게 탑질라더니 마주릭바 방법 카인들레베 세티니 릭바티 또 릭바기 옷 하고 티토라 마주 마라 야샤거 디샤 온도 강라 딘 셈디 카르방아란소이나 다데게 남도 탐질 파라 다 단단 가서 남도 징샤로 매 미화는 보지 소나 야티네 숭신틀 말에 강로 예시를 비는 책임 부시위 송셔데 다양 단다 땡입니다 디송레 대තර낭설 나속바 마톡도 나소서데 마톡도 나소서데 마톡도 나소서데 지바 몽바가야 와테네 라도 모르지 세직송 야다 있는 책들 테마서 야 대තර낭설 나속 마톡도 대තර낭술 나서고 마토트 나서서 지와 강라 삼셔바 되니 지와 몽바 대이칭 버지서 어따다래 당가데 적도서 어야데 몽바 대이칭 버지서 간좀 짐바슈니 디 다인 디니 디 빵자인 디 랑자인 디 상보인 딩에 바스틴데 게셈데 뱀미기 가랑서 탁바도 담 챔보자만 셈 가랑서 그까지만 독도 기압 탐지들이 되대요 오 다 되게 된 아주 되게 mer다 담지 상기 고봉 토비로야 디디고래 센딜라 미기버 마데와 속인데 디리고래 빼나 즉 총득이면도 사장 참기면도 교득이면도 지지거래기면도 톱작이면 땅아주 탐진 짐바되게 찍네 대단한 술나 쪽바 마톡도나 소소를 진실라 그래 또송바 최탐지 밀람도 기마다 오라와 다기고나 랍도 최탐지 심메자를 그러와라 나랑서 통나 나통나 심메자를 빼마를 쓸생 고네 죽버다 써니 얘기 말 딩아랑 최강 대야 직다게는 최강 레슬라 다시나 사탄도다 레레 디야 말 제시한다 단자 컨덤 페스기네 컨덤 페스기 디마자 똥반이 똥성성레 마도 치가 요말 메나양 티네 상보레 냠바레 상마레 조바레 대와르노 다르니네 세규테 가서 출바 니약지 그래 티 출바디 가서 산 뇌신 투고 말 출바디 뇌 마심 되게 둥을 참거래 다 단단 알아서 조바 심버리고 곰스기디 출바디 세비던다래 출바디 티네 거빵 위던다래 다 대한 조바 심벌 빵 세규 메세다 다양 조바 심벌 빵 남나 양 빵다 랑스게 이착데 조바 심벌디 지 레라우라우지라 양 고녀고녀보자요 강에서는 랑등 줬단 거래서 빼나 띵이나야 띵데 남칼 랑열 둔 조샤잖아 추이나 랑당 뒀다잖아 남도 때야 랑당도 마소나 때 추구 띵설 개던데 샤려 그래 추구 띵설 세겐데 사자 현장은 술 중주 말에 릭바 그런 거 오라 야라더니 이 구숨기 시대 야 세라운데 강라 빵자 세겐데 오버 덴버 좀 요 말. 딘도 강다 띵몬도 집이 탑데 강에서 방주 나랑서 그때 소하나 신체게 찌르기 뛰어라 참기 쇼방 시 송래 단단 나랑서 셔버 초르랑 저기 찌르기 뛰어라 참기 쇼방 시 세겐데 뱀미게 측데 사부지 나티 측 통도 강라 빼 가니 니만 망부지 단디 샵가라데 진짜 약부지 송도 상알티 측데 펜부 시오죠 단디 샵가르게 투모 많이 비켜주지래도 쌈니 로단테 로드시 다와 먹고지 든다지 삼전데 야지 군제 lon세람 좀게 양송나 태운거도 마시 군진 쳔부송나 마테 수지를 재민도 다음지게 군진 쳔부송 들더니 템판에 템 제교더래도 대인도강나 군진 쳔부 택적조선한테 태운거도 한 측 망보도 태우면 찌르기 때라 참기 쇼당 시에슬라 땅아랑서 남도지게 딱 곰겨야 ngaranzo sempara tangbo nyeshu tene doje kilrum chenanda senga tene ngaranzo te samdenga chochene tene kilrum je dorje kilrum je kangwa nyimara shananda tene rikbing ota rikpala yonden yobate hakko sarwata tage rikbatela kunga sunga tunga yonden agin desho yonden tamje yobate jikodan ji yonden tamje maje rangshin ge yobate hakko sari ya ta tingonde cheber chebi taptela tene ran lu dorje kilrum de samdenga chota chenanda ta ji ditaw chenanda kansesna nanang 다고 제에난다 제당 망고쇼여래 다팅아랑서 검담서 나온다 근데 람나 간제 도술 망고여래 추구슈당 슬롱고슈당 tulgu슈당 생에도 망고여 딱 가니만 쪼고티제 다 딘저징아나 마샤원도 간라 다 추구 그리고 연된데 랑게 바하고 어야 다 띵원도 집에 탑텔라 되니 샘트 마주빙아라 샤거당 아람서 샘트 좀 마주빙아라 때 당근이쇼 때 검다 장나랑 게 서위라마 소당 그룹 붙여서 솔라몰 약보 답 대티와서 왕시랑 다랑라 연딘이랑 유에 바르다 추구 동설기 유시대랑 유에 바르 디디 유에 바 학과지 돌라 다 신다지가 살고요 마삼때 딩한들라 마라 샤네 샘데 마라 르부 마샤 샤 틴틴 샤타 티티레 말로 그런 지는 말 샤투나 karmanga tu dun ge khasu shaktumna ta ti marsha choto chaka shaktumna ta karba jinga de karma chik marsha matumna so so marsha ti sha on du kala namtok jik tholgi ge or ta namtok de ge jama nga zo namtok step mangbu shoji ta che ninsen tunjuk lok jing namtok khor ka jing khor de indi ka ya namtok de kyarang ta namtok de genan dosha shadang ti musum ge namtok ma to shenda shar yo mar ya nan je gasa ji ge ya nan ne duksa ji shar ya nan che ga me ge nyaba nyewe de ni tolgen de namtok sim ti ma to namtok sum ma to dosa yo mar 단 남도 간지지 샤단다 남도 상부샤난다 냠바샤난다 도샤샤단테 무게 간지 지게 남도 다지샤나네 샤단레 년지샤나네 도샤레 티마임비 남도 때라 지게 마가 무게들 샤나네 티무그레 단 남도 가리샤나 남도 샤르바텔 람사 모시와지 오 당한 남도 샤송아 사 모시와지네 모시와자 미 찌르기 되라 참기 쇼단시 남도 모시와텔 찌르기 되스레 때데 남도 랑시 맞죠 그래 남도 그런데 모션 그 부터 그래 남도 세긴데 짠랑 심미자들 그러바래 남도 세긴 좀 많이 와래 디셈 그 넘버 또 출와래 티인도 강라 펜나 타타라 둘도 따나시라 타팔 둘도 따나 타바타바마 둘 말아봐대. 타바를 둘에서 신앙 깨되기나 남도 깨스기 시요 말이데. 매나양 깨고요. 오 다디 남도도 것이자도 가나. 남도도 깨 남도 그런 게 당합 남도 빵고 디 두자를 말씀하지. 남도 그런 게 거래야 말아. 솔직히 샤드네. 양다는 뭐지 나는 저 변에 제이부 남칸 말 밥게나 신 거랬어. 제이부지 두샤잖아. 남칸 링페 잠부지 마 밥도 어때 남도도 말아. 샤 남도도 그런 돌아 말샹링 텔허세 댄섬 길러셔지래 그래 텔허셔들아 단데다 그래 뒤따 오니까 다 텔허셔 텔레비게 딱대 강어랬으나 샘데 양톨레 와쇼 뱀미 학동기 질럽되게 샘 양톨레 와 셰당 메게 나르갈 메게 탁도 메게 대부 그냥 기부 인생 벽에 똑바 메되게 양 기부도 삼네 양티 대위기 냠래 양티야 내가 보다 곰사로 잡도 진짜 용거래대 딜 대냠서래 대야 뒤에 당부 휴직 이게 타살이 여기 쌀냠서래 대야냠래 뒤에 남도 강하면 낙토미래 골도 휴직이나 진짜 용거래 딜 메토베냠서래 다 대야냠래 진소냠래 이는 곰 잡도 같은 냠도 끼 그래 마키와 탑시요 말 그래대 끼나야 티냠게 쌀비게 탑디 강아서 현닥하게 지겨 말해 사곰게로 나다게로 홍 페베스게 오지 미대게 들이지고 말 야마라 랑법스 말하잖아 내가 마샹데 강 셈바디 양철이 직변 문이게 직 반능kel은 가서 딩동인데 오죠 셈디 빠르지 휴식이 다시 도어나 되는 요몽 파랑당도 송사를 다 딘트지니 되니마치 니 숨시가 뚝된데 곰 대상이나니 곰 약보지 줄이 끼어도 간라 대 샤당께나 샤당 통어 샤당 끼어 미가 다지라 샤당께 다 세샤고서 삼기 드리지게 양철이 도 게모자 게셔서야 삼기도 뺀나 지금 도착하다고 슉침보기에는 균노를 롱쳤다고 저라 뺨이게 착바 슉침보기에는 양 뒤돌아 말아 다운 시스템들 휴식이 와서 땅원이 이렇게 못해요 딱 다클리 못해요 딱 되는 거래 어다 딘트지는 윤이 야르냥 때 니마진 원에게 랑게 자위라 미실랍다 라랑소소 고미야 보제비게 되니 디오되게 어때니 원에게 똑박 강시하나야 어야 되네 그러면 남도 가리시하나야 탐시 추구 모르시하는 게 변나더니 나란소 공송도 이제 소신처럼부터게 되네 실담 겨준 나라 야 되네 지세 싱풍체나 매풍체 남도 만나 이시망 살라 그래 싱망부 친구좀 매칭부 바르거 같네 매칭 중지게 싱용용지게 매칭부 바르고선 바르고 말아 싱가츠 망아요나 되게 매축체 바르거 배티나 싱용몽바 가츠 축체거든 라보라든지 조파침보다 시동 알tel 배축침부 여긴 sol라 니 이시게 쌀이야 축침부 뱀미게 남도 가츠 망네 이시 되게 망아자게 야 되네 싱풍체라 매풍체 남도 망라 이시 망서 되네 디송도 어떤 나란 속에 수신처럼 잡아고 티서게 나신 티니티 용다디 남도 대랑법수 말셨다디 랑법수 밥샤서 주디 빼 대우 레라오 뱀미게 최첨보지래 야 티니티도 강당 안서 레라오 가져네 야 레라오들 양 아주 쉬우지게 말깔레 가보드 가 사고 나다지 쉬우지 가제 대 양보를 때네 빼또 탑지 서리야 바르가 남다지 빼 인교도를 제때 가서 검가치가 지고 때 지길 가서 가고거든 돈다 코로나잖아 된다지 말해 야 되는 곰당도 된다지랬대 마주리 바랑 밥 카인들레 때문에 간사란으로 zelab도 톱중 쓰긴다고 야나 지르기 때라 참기 쇼당 시 슬라브레트 남도 강이나 디 토랑할 때네 따다 다 돈다 도도셔잖아 강에서 반주 남도 거리기나야 남도 ng오딜라 때네 남도 ng오디 똥바래 남도 ng오디 추구래 야 때띠 갈 때네 곰바이나 테니타 신이 탐지 작쇼티래 다 내가 안들 주니에게 배 신이 곰 랍고레 슬라브레트 신이게 곰딘나 약쇼티 랑법소 샤케도 곰드레스 야다 또 살성아 답배 먹어도 공다 당가지 삼론마다 말랍시네 나랑 잉그지 봐 그들의 줄고 맞았네
So meditation in this context means meditation in this context is a means, a skillful means or method to manifest the Dharmakaya, to actualize or make visible, so to speak, the Dharmakaya. Natural awareness naturally contains or embodies all enlightened qualities of the kayas and wisdoms, as I've explained, as we've discussed. That is how it is. We need to know that, understand that, and then we need some skillful means or method to actually make that manifest, to actualize that. And the best possible method for doing that is to be uncontrived, to rest uncontrived. So in this light we have the next two lines of instruction. When you let be without fabrication in construct-free Rigpa, the carefree state, you are Vidyadhara. So when it says here, construct-free Rigpa, construct-free here also means uncontrived. So it's referring to resting in natural awareness without any contrivance, any fabrication, just naturally letting be. It's a bit like we can use the example of water. If you have some kind of sullied water, if you keep on stirring it up or shaking it, the water is not going to clarify. But if on the other hand you just leave the water alone, just let it sit still, then gradually all of the silt and so on will fall to the bottom of the water, and the natural clarity or purity of the water will just manifest, it will just become clear. So in the same way, we have this skillful means or method of just resting without contriving, without fabricating. That is a method that allows the mind's natural clarity to manifest. And that also, so when we train in that way, then the obscuring thoughts and emotions are naturally dispelled in the sense that they naturally just clarify and fall away, just like the silt in water falling to the bottom and letting the natural clarity of water become apparent. There's a line in some of the texts that reads, a really precious line of instruction that reads, look directly and then just let be. Something like that. Look directly and then just let be. We could say totally let be. Totally let go. Look directly and totally let go. So this instruction means that when a thought arises, a thought or emotion arises in our mind, first of all we just need to recognize it. And then as soon as we've recognized it, we need then to just relax. Just relax and let go, let be. In that way then the thought or emotion, it naturally dissolves, disappears, dissipates. This is how we approach the practice in this context of the great perfection. We don't need to, our meditation doesn't involve visualizing a deity with hands and so on and so forth. We're also not involved in identifying like the 5 floors and then applying 8 remedies and progressing through the 9 stages of resting the mind. All of these details of Shamata meditation that are taught in the Abhidhamma context, in texts like the Treasury of Abhidhamma, in the ornament of the sutras and so on. They're taught in a lot of detail in those texts, but that approach is a genuine method for cultivating shamatha, a state of calm abiding. That can be done, for instance, through focusing on a syllable, white syllable, on a syllable ah, or on a statue or an image. In that way, one uses a focal object to cultivate a one-pointed state of mind. One focuses on, one trains in sort of bringing all other thoughts to a halt and focusing one-pointedly on the given focal object. And in this way, by identifying the 5 faults, applying the 8 remedies, one progresses through what we call 9 stages of resting the mind until you reach the one-pointed mind. The level of one-pointed mind. all of this approach, this kind of training this kind of shamatha practice is working. It works with mind, with conceptual mind, and cultivates the power of mind. When you reach the level of one-pointed mind, the 9th of these 9 levels of resting the mind, then by cultivating the power of mind, you then might develop clairvoyance and certain miraculous powers. This is why we hear about, say, non-Buddhist meditators being able to perform miracles, or like elevating in space, or performing magic and so on. All of that comes from working with the power of the mind through this kind of meditation. And that can be good, that can be beneficial as a preparation for great perfection practice, for training in the great perfection. But that itself is not the practice of the great perfection. This we need to understand. So training in this kind of shamatha meditation is not the path of great perfection itself. It's also not a path of liberation. So as I've said, this kind of practice is okay. It can be beneficial as a preparation, as like a stepping stone for the actual practice of the great perfection, but by no means is this the main practice, the practice itself. In my tradition, the Nagmo tradition, we train at a certain point in the path, we train in, students train in focusing on the syllable A. I think this comes, this is found also in the Pale tradition, and also in Longchenpa's teachings, focusing the mind on the syllable A. This means one uses that as a focal object and really focuses the mind on that, like night and day without distraction. One brings all other thoughts to a halt and just contains all of one's thoughts within the parameters of this focal object, the syllable A. It's a bit like a shepherd who herds their livestock into like a specific area and keeps them all contained there. They're not allowed to, he doesn't let them move to higher land or lower land, just keeps them all contained in the same area. So it's a similar kind of approach. But as I've said, this kind of practice is merely a preparation for the practice of the great perfection, for the main part of practice. It is not the main part of practice, or the practice of the great perfection itself. And the problem is that these days many people are mistaken about this, and they mistakenly think that this kind of shamatha practice is actually the practice of the great perfection, or they think that a state of meditation where the mind is just abiding, is just still, is the state of the great perfection. That is absolutely not the case. So what is then the practice of the great perfection? Well, first of all, when practicing the great perfection, we need to know, to really ascertain and identify the fact that natural awareness, our own natural awareness, which is present within us, contains all of the qualities of the 3 kayas. All of these qualities of the enlightened kayas are present in the basic ground within our own natural awareness. The empty essence of Dhamma kaya, the luminous nature Sambhoga kaya, and the compassionate capacity Namana kaya. These are all intrinsic to natural awareness. So then, with that knowledge, we then engage in a method or skillful means to manifest this natural awareness. The skillful means of the method is resting without contriving, just letting be without fabrication. At present, we are totally bound up, totally tied up by conceptual thoughts. Conceptual thoughts of enemies and friends, of good and bad, of this and that, notions of what to do, what not to do, and so on, these kinds of distinctions and ideas. All of these thoughts and ideas, they obscure enlightenment, and they're also the source of all of our suffering in this life. All of the suffering we experience from family problems or lack of success and so on and so forth, all of these come from our thoughts, our grasping. In spite of that, all phenomena in actual fact, all phenomena, all appearances are merely the display, a mere display without any true basis, without any true root. If we examine phenomena, we can come to understand this. If we investigate phenomena and break phenomena up into their parts, try to actually find the so-called thing by examining the thing, breaking it up into parts and so on, we can come to see that actually all of these supposed phenomena do not exist at all, they're not established. We can also understand this through, for instance, the understanding of quantum physics and so on. All of these appearances, they do not truly exist. They're merely like a dream, like an illusion. They're not established. Nevertheless, because of our confusion, our delusion, we believe them to exist. We believe them to be real, when in actual fact they're not at all. So the practice of the Great Perfection, what it does, what it's for, is it dispels confusion. It abandons confusion. The confusion that mistakes the mere display of appearances which are without root or basis, that mistakes those appearances for being real. Actually, to use the word or the verb abandon or dispel is a bit mistaken, misleading here. In the Great Perfection context, rather we should say this confusion is self-clarified or naturally clarified or naturally dissolved. Naturally clarified or dissolved into the inner luminosity of Dharmakaya. The inner luminosity of Dharmakaya that is naturally present within Rigpa, that is the nature of Rigpa. And by resting without contriving, then this nature can manifest, is given the opportunity to manifest or to be actualized. We have this line of instruction, which I quoted earlier. Look directly and totally let be. I first came across this line in the teachings of Shakar, and I was just like blown away by this line. I just thought this is such an amazing line of instruction. Look directly. Look directly and totally let be. The Tibetan's a bit more like juicy, but much more juicy. But for days I was just like in awe of this line. And then later on, I discovered the same line in Longchenpa's text. So actually, this line, which I saw in Shakar's writing and other authors' writings, seems it originally came from Longchenpa in his Treasury of the Supreme Vehicle. But anyway, look directly and totally let be. So first of all, we need to know and understand that the nature of Rigpa, natural awareness, that is naturally present within us, that it is endowed with all of the enlightened qualities. All of the enlightened qualities are naturally present within Rigpa. We need to know that. And then, as a method to manifest that Rigpa, then we need to apply ourselves to some method. The method being sitting in one of the different types of meditation postures. Typically, we have the sevenfold posture of Vairocana. We also have the posture of resting at ease in the nature of mind, which is sitting straight with your hands over your knees. And there are lots of other postures. That's just to mention two. There's, for instance, the Dhammakaya postures, some Yogakaya postures, Namanakaya postures, and so on. We adopt one of these postures, and then we rest we just let be without contriving, without fabricating. To begin with, at the outset of the practice, we should supplicate our root guru or our root gurus, supplicate them, receive the 4 empowerments from them, and then we just settle, we just let be without contriving, without fabricating, in a state of just deep and natural relaxation. We might be able to remain in that state of relaxation, uncontrived, for maybe 5 minutes, 6 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes, or it might just be 1 minute. But then, whatever the duration, eventually a thought will arise. Our minds are full of thoughts, just riding with thoughts. So for sure, after some time, a thought will arise. When the thought arises, it'll either be a thought of attachment, of aversion, or ignorance. There's no other possibility. Any thought is either a thought of attachment, aversion, or ignorance. So if we think of a friend, for instance, something favourable, that's a thought of attachment. If we think of an enemy, something unfavourable, that's a thought of aversion. And if we think of something like indifference that we're neutral towards, that's a thought of ignorance. So when the thought arises, whatever its nature, we need to recognize it, just be aware that this thought has arisen. And then, as soon as we recognize that thought's arisen, then we, as the line of instruction goes, we look directly into it. We just look straight into it. We understand that this thought that's arisen does not truly exist, it's not really established, it's merely a display without root, without basis. It's a bit like mistaking a rope for a snake, thinking that a rope is a snake. You think the snake's there, but there's nothing, but there is no snake. Or a bit like the son of a barren woman, that does not exist. So these phenomena, they do not exist, they have no root, no establishment, but they still appear as a mere display. So we recognize the thought, we look into it, straight into it, directly, and then we just let be, we just drop it, and we totally let be. We totally let be, and just settle. Yangtang Rinpoche explained this as being like a feather, like a bird's feather just floating through air. Like a bird's feather just falls very slowly through the air, downwards, right? So just like that, we just then let the mind rest in a spacious and relaxed state, free of any sensation, any emotion, so to speak. Free of like a blissful sensation, happy sensation, free of all such sensations. To begin with, we might encounter experiences of bliss or clarity and so on, these different meditative experiences. They do and will arise. There's nothing to do about that. For instance, if you in meditation experience really intense joy or bliss, that's the meditative experience of bliss. At some point, sometimes you might find that your mind becomes intensely clear and lucid. That's the experience of clarity. Or sometimes you might enter a totally kind of blank or blank state, which is the experience of non-thought. Like I said, these experiences will arise. They are kind of side effects of meditation. How to dispel them when they do arise? Well, the method is to just let be, just to naturally let be, and just to settle into natural relaxation. Then, in that way, all the afflictions or thoughts, whatever thoughts and afflictions are arising, they will just naturally clarify, just naturally dissolve. If we practice like this, so we practice like this for a period of time, for several days or a period of time, and then at some point, we practice like this for a period of time, and then at some point a really intense emotion arises. It might be like intense anger, and aggression, or intense desire and longing for something. And when this intense emotion arises, you just recognize the emotion, and as soon as you recognize, you just let go and release it, and settle without contriving. Then at that point, that can be a sign of having recognized, and of the Guru's blessing. So when such an intense emotion arises and you can recognize it and then just let go and arrive back in this very spacious, relaxed state without contriving, without fabricating. And as such, the emotion or the intense emotion or thought arises as Dharmakaya, you recognize it as the display of Dharmakaya, then that's a sign, an indication that you've recognized or are coming to recognize and receiving the Buddha's blessing. At that point then, it's like the Master Dzogchen Sherab said, just like more wood, more firewood increases the just like more wood means more fire, more emotions, more thoughts means more wisdom, more primordial wisdom. So when, in this way, afflictions and thoughts, they can actually increase the strength of primordial wisdom, increase the strength or the potential of primordial wisdom. So this is this is why and how we rest in this way naturally. We just let be in natural rest, natural ease. This is a very easy method. It's also an incredibly effective method. That said, because it is so easy and simple, that actually makes it difficult in a sense for us to apply. Often we're more comfortable actually doing something that involves a lot of effort, like deity practice, where we have to really, with effort, visualize the deity appearing in different ways and chant mantras and hold certain postures and so on. But here we don't have to apply that kind of effort. We just simply let be without contriving. This is what's meant by this potent line of instruction I've quoted several times now. Just look directly and totally let be. So you recognize the thought, you look directly into it, into the essence of the thought or the emotion. You see that the essence of the thought is empty, it is Dharmakaya, and then you just let be. This is the best type of shamatha. This is the shamatha of naturally letting be, or we could say the shamatha of natural rest.
Tamago shoshes karma chonga let chato tangina karmanga sheshanatini and jugdushagi. The ne karmanga de consanta in Tai Karabasana, Shingbung Chena, Mepunche, Nyomon Mana, Yeshe Bangslave, Tadi Yeshe Kandis Mangres, Lavgena, Tatadi Dabdewishana, Benangazo Doshasu Chimbuji in the capsule, the Doshaking Odilla, Teacher Kitela, Changi, Marshashana, Dosha Netana Kansarasana, Sortoishi Chamber, Sortoishi. Oh, yeah. Shetan shook Chimbuki on the Cantin Lamsang, Cherkitela, Chamgi Shatuna, Shetan can go the melon ishing or naked melon ishisharong. Oh, yeah. The indita to the moon to put out a coju making nothing to tea tolamara, Shasharena, Tini Timu was catching ishing or neta younger. Oh, yeah, that to the tato again, jealousy again, that Mila Kamba carry Tsong, but the last tato again, I can't go to some tea on the lamson, ripping orders in Marshashawayna, the tato and the Chatubishi. Tini, Tina, she young tuting Nigel, Naguchi, Rickson, Nakandoze, common saying, Tender Nigel Kiwi cups and Nigel shook Chimbuki, Titola, Yamara, Ripomara, Shani, Sharena, or Tini, Nigel Nata, Tini. Nyami Sharong, in the Yishinga the Shartan to the Sharker, Tinsutamjeti, Lamsamza, Ungumare, Congress and also Gums and Yamanura, Gumdi Chunjun, Lamsa Shadanki to Kana Lamsati Shergimar, Tengimar, Tentu Gimar, Tentu Shaktu Gimar, Tating Aro Gonta, Chigi, Singundo on the Kanta Parker, when Shadanki on the Shadan on the Latu down to Kanapara, Shadan Korondar Marashito, Chergitona, Chamgi Shani, Shido in the Shadan number down in Melon. Second Shandaka, the melon is shitting Capratia, Sam Hako, oh, melon is shit, the sort of shitting a Capratin to us, and some young near to want you. Tinder Penna, Nyumumba Kazuki and Shanan Chugo, Marzoba Chimbu Lamla, Penna Chula Lapchimbu, Jansula Lapchimbu, Rido Lepsona, Royal Kalima do, Young Jamso Konamara, Shinia, and Dasha. Then I said, Namto Kazuki and I. Chukshimbo Kazakana, Chukulong Shergori, Chukulon Namto Kazushana, Yantikoro, Chukutongu Gandala, oh, yeah, the Nekarba, Tongba Chuku on the Para, Shison Water, the Ishik is Altam Yara Gate over that drink the Shagin, the Sang in the nature of animal, shaking instead, drink the Shashana, Dixareta to the Chuindo. Rikpacherme, no, Rikpacherme, loading Rankarduna, Rinzini, that drink the Shagin.
So I know we've run over time, but I'll just say a few more things and then we'll stop for today. So about this this saying or this quotation, more wood means more fire, more thoughts means more wisdom. What do we really mean like that? Like how can more thoughts create more wisdom? What that means is, or how that's the case, is that this is the case when you're able to recognize the emotions when they arise, look directly into them, and then totally let be. like that line of instruction says. So say a really intense desire arises within you, just like overwhelming desire arises within you, and then you're able to recognize that, you look straight into it, and then you totally let be within the emotion. By the strength of that recognition, then the desire will arise as the wisdom, all discriminating wisdom from among the 5 wisdoms, all discriminating wisdom. Likewise, when really intense anger, hatred towards an enemy, if someone you dislike arises, overwhelming anger arises, you recognize it, you directly look into it, and then you just let be. Through the strength of that, the anger will arise or manifest as mirror-like wisdom. If you're in a state, a really blank, obscure state of deep ignorance, and you're able to look directly into that, and then let be, that ignorance will arise as the wisdom of Dharma. Similarly, if you are overcome by jealousy or envy, jealousy for someone else's qualities or possessions and so on, and you can recognize and then let be in this way, then that envy will arise, that jealousy will arise as all-accomplishing wisdom. And likewise with pride, if you feel very proud about yourself, very arrogant and swelled up with pride, but then you recognize and let be, that pride will manifest as the wisdom of equality. So if and when you recognize, you look directly, you look straight into the emotion, and then you totally let be. This, of course, isn't going to happen straight away. The emotions are not going to manifest as the various wisdoms straight away, because we haven't trained right. We're not familiar with the practice. We haven't trained extensively, so we're not familiar enough to recognize or even remember the instructions when the emotions arise. But if we do apply ourselves to practicing daily and consistently, in morning and evening and throughout the day, then slowly, as we become more familiar, more adept, we will actually gain direct experience of this for ourselves. We will come to understand, recognize these emotions and states when they arise, and really gain experience for ourselves what it means, for instance, that desire arises as mirror-like wisdom, for instance. It's a bit like waves arise from the ocean, no matter how big a wave is, even if it's a tidal wave as high as a mountain. That wave rises up from the ocean, and then eventually it dissolves back into the ocean. The same is for emotions and thoughts. However strong or intense they are, they arise from the Dharmakaya, and then they dissolve back into the Dharmakaya. So when we train in this way, and we can recognize, we can train in this way and recognize in this way, then the arising of emotions can actually increase the strength of primordial wisdom. So that was about these 2 lines. When you let be without fabrication and construct through Ripa, the carefree state, you are Vidyadhara. So I'll leave it here for today. Now let us dedicate the merit.
Sonam di tamche zikpa yin tomne nyepe danam bamche jenke ga naji balon Tebe zole ndoa dolwar sho Om shito dambo zangye gundo zang doje semba doje deshin shikpa o jimbo ndoa kebengon dala zergon ije jengi Andane magi ene namda yang tunang lobra sherwe gundo le Mari zungzen kena nyasha kun tachen chun ki londo Bandara sangwe dabo doje damda be guzong dozong sama yang ki danle nyamshin siklek Rabdo nongshin kepe talo sha sado nyamba kyundu gerwe dendene legi ngezen dorje kanto ikaye chepa trabo gyurgerwe deje debjan gerjengi debi gerwo yenen dojeje miso mechen nyamdan shawada kundo zombo yozore dundal me banche londo om bandra sado samaya manu balaya bandra sado denamba dedande do memba Sodagaya membawa subangaya membawa Rabdo membawa sarva siddhi medvaya sarva karma sudhamme sadam shireyam karo sarva dadam gada mantra mamme mada vadra bhava mahasamaya sadhu om badra sadhu samaya manu balaya mantra sadhu dinamba didandidum Sudanga Membawa, Subanga Membawa, Anurado Membawa, Sarvasiti Medroya, Sarva Karma Sudame, Sudam Shri Guru, Ha Ho Bangavan, Sarvadada. Mamemazavatra Bhava Mahasamaya Sadhu Om Badra Sadhu Samaya Manubalaya Badra Sadhu Denamba Dudjom Membawa Sudanga Membawa Subanga Membawa Anurado Membawa Sarvasiti Mebare Atsadam Shri Yam Guru Ha Ho Bangavan Sarvata Dangata Madra Mamemazavatra Mahasamaya Sadhu Adam Siyam Chodam Shrikan Shakvi Gyalvan Dijadu Kamsum Karvaton Kusum Londo Chanchu Sho Gandu Givi Gyawa Tamche Duntori Yonden Duden Dabrasho Gyama Dado Chodan Chakyunin Soshin Teperan Yibrasho Tian Lama Tambangi Dansendu Chola Chibrasho Chodom Dine Nyingpo Duru Dirisade Sivi Gyansong Kawar Yasuba Dampe Sharad Shenden Dubla Gyungara Mebra Shol Lapshin Shenden Shori Mebayi Tamche Shamche Sangye Topara Sho Deshe Deje Gunje Toke Don Zaba Malam Kinse Neve Solame Yeshe Kindurachin Tindra Kondra Dason Girva Sho Gunzang Duji Shanche Menchin Netin Chen Save Lama Yeshe Kindur Tondo Malanga Teta Tamche Dagin Dubara Sho Pemirin Lo Ngajur Zoba Chengi Ten Nyingpo Shinda Dudjom Lingkangi Sudra Dembas Minu Shetan Jibin Zingiru Chi, Nganjurdu Chi Tikbi Tembanin Shodum Manta Siddhu Gigir Chi, Kepra Changwara Namka Kyungsong Veshidu Tembi Sasung Kunya Visho, Tetra Driba Angko Ansho, Sangye Temba Tang Sangye Tang Chanshus. Jiki Singye Lapshin Songi Yongsu Sobe Nga Tang Shenpo Tang, Shuki Ing Nambar Tachin Samki Mekepi Tembi Tabki Chidar Mamba Tete Shendon Dripara Kyur Chi, Nanda Risum Langan Shuki Ngan Kudang Yeshe Raranja. Sabsan Nanjuri Chimbu Nyamlen La Yermin Dogin Tekle Roji, Shom Badra Sadhu, Son Yaman Balai Badra Sadhu.